Court's indulgence, I've contacted my colleague Advocate Mshodolo. She says she was stuck in traffic. She's going to be here in about 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
This lady I was standing in the other subway, so the person is not there. It's dangerous because the person.
Traffic. Okay, fine. Still on the oath, Brigadier?
Yes, thank you, my lord.
Yes.
Is it please the court, my lord?
Here, no?
Thank you, Brigadier. I'm well aware that on Friday when we attended, we were busy with that document that was labeled ZZ. But before we proceed on it, let's just touch base on a point or two.
Yes, my lord.
In terms of your investigation, or let me put it this way, what was the description of the perpetrator who got into the Kumalos, who had a gun in his possession that you had to go and look for?
Yes. So, my lord, the description that was given by the people who were inside the house, and I'll take them collectively in terms of what was the common features of the of what you will refer to as the first suspect, suspect A, or a gun toddler, as Advocate Mnisi refers to him. So, my lord, the first suspect that had a firearm was described as short. That you will find across all the statements of the people who are in the house. This is now, and I will go to Exhibit J, but I'm simply referring to the description of what the suspect was described as. That he was short. Secondly, that he had dreadlocks. Thirdly, some of the witnesses refer to him as having big eyes. And then others also refer to him as having a gold teeth incision on the upper part of the mouth. There is also, my lord, the description of the complexion, which you will find also in Exhibit J, which says dark brown, shiny skin. Then the length of the dreadlocks, my lord, are described, I think, by some of the witnesses as well, to say they were up to the neck. This is now the people who are inside the house. You also find the correlation of this description of the length of the dreadlocks, my lord, on the witnesses that were outside. In other words, outside the house. Tabi Singh, who was with her friends, also indicates that after hearing the gunshot or seeing people running away, one of the people she saw had dreadlocks up to the neck. So there's a correlation in terms of the length, my lord. There's also a description of the clothing that he was wearing, a top. What is clear on all the witnesses who was inside the house, that he was wearing a top. So the top part, insofar as the jacket, that is clear. There's a common understanding in that. There's no dispute. Then the color then kicks in, where you find differences. Either describe the said jacket as khaki, light brown, beige, leather jackets. And I'm saying this, my lord, insofar as the statements are concerned. That is the description you get. Then when you move to Exhibit J, and then that is where you will find the said jacket on the interview with Warrant Officer Steenkamp being said it has a wooden collar. That is now with regard to Warrant Officer Steenkamp.
It's Exhibit J.
Exhibit J, yes. The intruder, furthermore, my lord, is described that he had a hat which was apparently, after the struggle with the deceased, was left at the crime scene. It is described that the first intruder with dreadlocks was having a hat. It's described as a Dobbs, for example, by the statement of Ms. Zandi Kumalo. This is also confirmed, I think, by one of the witnesses as well from outside, my lord. One of the neighbors, Madingwane, I think is his surname, who indicates, is one of the neighbors who indicate that he saw people or suspects going into Makumalo's house. This is now prior to the incident, and indicating that one of them had a hat. He was wearing a hat. So those are the description in relation to the first intruder, my lord.
Umbuzo uthi ke manje ke uma bemchaza lona ke ababethi uyena owayephethe isibhamu, lo muntu ke kufanele manje uyombheka ke bamchaza kanjani noma yikuphi abakusho kuwena umsolo wakhe wokuqala noma lona ke uma ekhuluma ngaye ke uadvocate Mnisi athi lona ke owayephethe isibhamu bamchazileke ukuthi kwakuumuntu wayemfishane. Lokhu ke uzakuthola ke kuzona zonke ke izitatimende ukuthi wayenama dreadlocks enamehlo ke amakhulu, wayenezinyo legolide ayinalo ke la ngaphezulu. Bashilo futhi ke ukuthi ke ama dreadlocks la ayephela khona noma ayigcina la entanyeni. Lokho ke futhi akupheleli kona ke kodwa ke nabanye abantu ababengaphandle ke, hayi kuphela laba bengaphakathi endlini. Omunye wabo ushilo ukuthi babona ke noma omunye wabantu abababona wayenama dreadlocks ayigcina ke khona la entanyeni, nokuthi futhi ke basho nokuthi ke waye netop ayigqokile. Lokho kushiwo yibona bonke ke ofakazi. La kuhluka khona ke umbala ke abanye bawuchazileke ukuthi basho ukuthi kwakumbala okhakhi, kwaku light brown, kwaku beige, bakhulumela ke futhi nangelela jacket, kanye futhi ke naye exhibit J listed lo yena ke wabhala uyena noma laba bekhuluma khona ke naye uwarrant officer Steenkamp bekhuluma ngayo ukuthi ke le top yayinekhola, nokuthi futhi ke kwakunesigqoko esasala ke emuva ke nomunye ke walabo babengaphandle ushilo ukuthi abantu abababona bengena khona ke kwamakhumalo, omunye wabo waye nesigqoko awayesithwele.
My lord, in addition to that, it was also said by some of the witnesses, because it came out during the description, that the first suspect A, had a firearm. Others will refer to say he just was armed with a firearm. This is now in relation to the people, the witnesses who were inside the house. Then I think the likes of, and so far I'm referring to the statements, my lord, I will go to Exhibit J. I'm referring to the statements themselves. Then when you find the statements of Longwe, Mr. Madlala, I just lost the third name, my lord. They then refer to a revolver, you know. Others will say revolver, 38 special, you know, to that type, or a firearm with a will. But then the other witnesses simply refers to the part that this suspect A was armed with a firearm. Although, my lord, as I said earlier, you got this assertion where people said they were not trained, they're not sure about the firearm, but it is contained in the statement where an identification of a 38 special was mentioned, particularly from the top of my hand, Mr. Longetwala.
Futhi ke masiqhubeka ke abanye ke indlela abamchaze ngayo ke lo woqala ke umsola noma lo okuqala ke owangena ke ukuthi wayephethe isibhamu, sakhuluma ngabo ke abantu abangaphakathi endlini. Sikhuluma ngaye lana ke ulongwethwala umadlala umkhohliwe ke ngalo wesithathu ukuthi kwakubani bakhulumile ngesibhamu, mabesichaza bakhuluma ngerevolver, bakhuluma nge38 special, isibhamu esasi nesondo, bashilo kabanye ukuthi ke cha abaqeqeshelwe ke ibhamu ngakho ke abakwazi ukuthi bayihlukanise ibhamu.
And then now when you go to Exhibit J, my lord, it seems to give an impression that there was, this is now according to Exhibit J, that the witnesses identify the gun toddler as carrying a revolver.
Uma sesiya manje ke kuyena ke Exhibit J uzothola ke lapho khona ukuthi aba ufakazi ke bamchaza ke ukuthi kwakumuntu wayephethe i-revolver.
What was further also what also came out during the description of suspect A, my lord, was that he spoke one of the Zulu languages when he walked in, as a form of identification that he spoke one of the Nguni languages, specifically Zulu, and this was noted when he demanded cell phone and money armed with this firearm, but he said it in Zulu according to the statements. That's another description that was given, my lord.
Enye ke indlela abamsho ngayo noma bamchaze ngayo ke ukuthi uma engena ke lo kwakuyena ke owayephethe isibhamu wakhuluma ke ngeZulu ke washo ke ukuthi ke i-cell phone kanye futhi ke nemali kubhaliwe ke noma khona ke naloko zona ke i-statement.
Yes, my lord. So that is the essence of, I think, what was basically available in the description of the intruders. There was obviously one for the second suspect, but I'm not sure whether Advocate Minister wants me to deal with the second one or only contain myself to the first intruder.
Ikangako ke abakusho noma ke uma bechaza ke lo owoqala ke owangena ukhona ke nokunye abakusho ke kodwa ngazi noma ke ukuthi Advocate Minister ufuna nje ngigxile kuphela ke kulo owoqala umsolo.
Yes, I'm referring to allegedly the intruder who had a firearm in his possession. Thank you, sir.
Yes, my lord.
We're still busy with Exhibit ZZ. We're on page 4 of page 6 of Exhibit ZZ. On paragraph 2, do you see that?
Just remind me, what is ZZ, my lord? I'm
ZZ, so I wrote it down. It's a statement that was commissioned on the 3rd of October 2020.
Oh yes, I've got it, my lord.
Yeah.
I have it.
Now, you see there, when you describe the, in your affidavit, that photos downloaded taken of the accused by himself, in brackets selfies, match the description of the suspect with a firearm with dreadlocks, big eyes, and with the golden teeth. Do you see that?
I do see that, my lord.
Uyabona ke la bhalwe khona ke okay ukuthi ithombe esithathwe yena ke umsola ama selfie ziyahlangana ke kanye nendlela ke achazwe ngayo umsolwa owayephethe isibhamu nama dreadlocks namehlo ke amakhulu kanye futhi ke nezinyo legolide. Yebo ngakubona lokho.
Thank you. Now, my question was, in relation to Exhibit S, would you please identify those photos which depict the description that you mentioning in this paragraph the dreadlock, the big eyes, and the golden teeth.
Yes.
Yes, can you please do so?
Yes, absolutely, my lord. I will do that. If perhaps we can go to the first photo that is contained there. However, while the state advocate or Dr. Sibanda, my lord, is trying to go there, what is important to place on record is that this statement was the summary of the investigation that was done at the time. In other words, in preparation or requesting the authorization of the warrants of arrest. So one then summed up, my lord, the investigation insofar as all accused, but here we are focusing only on accused 3. So secondly, my lord, these photos, the downloads which I will deal with when I get there, they are collective. In other words, I will indicate as I go to them step by step and indicate the points that are covered in this paragraph and why I'm saying that. So I will make reference to say this is what the photo is saying and where do you find in relation to Exhibit J that I was referred to, but then also I will then have to refer to other supporting evidence that I had at the time when I made this statement, because I was informed by evidence that I've obtained during the course of investigation and then subsequently then composed of this statement. So I will deal with it like that, my lord.
Ngiyafisa nje ukuthi ngikushore ngichaze ukuthi le statement lesike siqhathufundwa ke manje ukuthi ke sona ke kwaku isifinyezo ke sophenyo olalenziwe ngaleso sikhathi leso sifaka ke noma sikhuluma ngabo bonke ke abasolwa ke kodwa kakhulukazi ke na ke nanjengoba kufundwa lana ke yena ke umsolwa wesithathu sothi ke uma siqhubeka ke ngazo izithombe lezi ngisho ke mayelana nalokho okubhaliwe ke lana ngoba lokho engangisenza lesi statement kwaku aholwa ke ubufakazi enganginabo ngaleso sikhathi uma uphenyo luqhubeka.
Furthermore, my lord, what is prudent to mention also while we're still waiting for the monitor is that after the investigation, when one then made the memorandum to the DPP and subsequently this application for J50s, the investigation that I conducted, that I led us to believe that suspect A, who was armed with a firearm, is accused number 3, and suspect B, who was taller and wearing a wooden woody, is accused number 2. That was the investigation. That's where the investigation took us to make that determination that the 2 intruders identified by the people who were inside the house and taking the evidence that we had at the time, it placed us that accused number 2 was the tall, skinny suspect B, who was wearing a black woody. And that, my lord, and I know I'm debating while they're preparing that, I just want to give a picture so that when we get to the photos, it is clear. And that you will find, my lord, in the description, for example, of Mr. Longwe Twala, who was one of the people inside the house. He indicated that the taller suspect, before he ran out, was wearing a black woody. That correlation, my lord, you also find in the statement of Makaleni, who was outside, where he indicates and gives the description and the age estimation. I dealt with that part. He also correlates that the second suspect, suspect B, was wearing a black woody. You further find the correlation to confirm this, my lord, in the statement of Sizwe Zungu, Constable Zungu, who says at the hostel he saw accused 2 wearing a black woody and changing it to a different color.
Manje ke uma besalungisa ke khona lana uma ke ukuhlanganisa ngiyafisa nje ukuthi ke nginikeze inkantolo ngisho ke ukuthi uma ngabe ke ufunda noma ubheka sona ke istatement sikalongwe okanye ngaphambi kokuthi sifike la uphenyo uma silenza ke lwasiholela ekuthini ke labantu ababechazwa yibona ofakazi ababesendlini ukuthi lona ke bachaza ukuthi omunye wayenama-dreads emfishane lokho kwasiholela ekuthini loyo umuntu ephethe isibhamu loyo kwakuwumsolwa wesithathu nokuthi ke lo owayemude yena ke efake ihudi emnyama kwakuumangalela noma umsolwa wesibili lokho uyakuthola ke uma ngabe ubheka sona ke istatement sakhe uLongwe osho ke uma ukuthi lo owayemude ke ngaphambi kokuthi yena Longwe aphume ukuthi lo owayemude wayegqoke ihudi emnyama lokho uyakuthola-ke futhi nakulo owayengaphandle-ke umakeleni uphinde futhi-ke ukuthole-ke kunkulumo yakhe-ke uconstable uzungu oshoywa-ke ukuthi khona laphayana-ke ehostele umsola wesibili wayegqoke ihudi emnyama wase eyayishintsha-ke efaka ihudi omunye umbala.
My Lord, can I request that perhaps we start with photo number 12, because that's the photo we were at, and then we can just go down like that. Photo number 12 of this exhibit. Now, yes, my Lord, so what is prudent here to mention, perhaps, if we can go to the date on top, because I want to start with the date. Just above, yes. What is prudent to mention, my Lord, is that the date depicted there is 2014, October 26, and then there is 17:31, 14 seconds. So what is important is to note that the date of this incident, my Lord, occurred on the 26th of October 2014.
Okusemqoka-ke ngifisa nje ukuthi ngiqale ngako-ke ilapha yaphezulu-ke idate sibhaliwe-ke 2014 10:26 isikhathi 17:31 ama-seconds awu-14 nokuthi-ke isigameko lesisenzeka ngaso i-26 October 2014.
Now, my Lord, in my observation, and I will now start now dealing with this photo in relation to what I've said in my statement, and in relation, like I've said, Exhibit J. Now, the first description that was given, my Lord, which I've referred to, the dreadlocks, that the first intruder was identified as having dreadlocks. One can clearly see, my Lord, because this is a picture of accused number 3, that accused 3 is having dreadlocks. You can see them. They are clearly visible, my Lord.
Ngiqala ngakho-ke nanjengoba ofakazi basho-ke uma bachaza-ke ukuthi lo wokuqala-ke owangena wayenama-dreadlocks. Manje siqala kusona-ke lesi sithombe lesi kucacile-ke ukuthi lana-ke umsolo wesithathu unama-dreadlocks ayabonakala.
Second, my Lord, with regard to the length that was described, that they were going up to the neck. In this photo, my Lord, you can see the end there, and that is the neckline. They don't go further on this photo. I'm specifically dealing with this. There they are, my Lord.
Nanjengoba bechazile-ke noma beshilo-ke ofakazi ukuthi-ke ama-dreads agcina kufike noma phela kufike la entanyeni-ke uyabona-ke kulesi sithombe ukuthi yila agcina khona-ke awandluli khona.
Furthermore, my Lord, in Exhibit J, I'll refer to Exhibit J, the description of a dark brown shiny complexion is given. In my observation, if you look at the complexion of accused 3, this is not the same complexion that accused 3 has now. It's much more lighter, but if you look at this picture on this date, my Lord, you can't distance it from the brownish complexion. That is according to my observation. You can see that clearly. What you see here and what it is now is two different things. It's more lighter now, but if you look here, in terms of dark brown complexion, you cannot distance it from the description given, my Lord.
Kwindlela-ke abamsho ngayo noma bachaza ngayo-ke ofakazi bona-ke basho-ke ukuthi-ke iskin sakhe-ke si-dark brown si-shine-ke uyabona-ke manje la esithombeni nandlela kubukeka ngayo-ke manje ukuthi-ke kufane uyakhanya-ke manje kodwa-ke lokho okubonayo la esithombeni angeke-ke ukuhlukaniseke nendlela-ke abamchaza ngayo bamsho ngayo ofakazi.
Now, if we can just go up, Doc, if you can just go up, I want to deal with the jacket. No, sorry, down perhaps in the other direction. Now, my Lord, if you look at the top that is worn by accused 3, if you look at the color, it is khaki, and you will find this description is containing the statements of some of the people who were inside the house that he was wearing. Others are very specific, that khaki, others are referring as brown, or beige jacket, but you get the color khaki, and it becomes clear that the person, they refer it as a top. Now on this picture it doesn't appear as a top, but when we see the following pictures, my Lord, it will be clear. The court will see that indeed it is a top on the other pictures that will follow.
Siyabona umbala bakhulumile-ke ngawo umbala-ke okhaki, obeige, obrown-ke siyabona-ke abanye bathi-ke yi-top, kodwa-ke uma sesiqhubeka ngazo-ke iy'thombe-ke impela-ke sizobona-ke i-top le bakhulumile-ke ngayo.
My Lord, if we can go then, I think that's what I recall regarding this picture, my Lord. If we can go then to photo 15. Or perhaps, my lord, maybe if I can ask the doc, we can go them in sequence. Those that are not relevant insofar as the identification of accused 3, we'll just skip them and we can come back to them. Yes, photo 15, my lord. This is the photo where I've indicated and I said, my lord, I can give the benefit to the accused when they were complaining about, you know, where I said that what did I say? The angle could not have been seen. But myself, my lord, during the investigation, this is a photo where I said accused 3, one can see the shiny thing there, my lord, which is the teeth, the gold teeth incision, my lord. That is the picture when I was referring to the gold teeth incision as described by the people who inside the house, that they noted the gold teeth incision on the upper lip. Although this assertion, I must be frank also, my lord, that at some stage it was withdrawn, and Zandi Kumalo gave a statement, because if you look at Exhibit J, it gives an impression that there's an agreement in terms of identifying accused A, or I mean the first suspect with the gold incision. But if you look at the follow-up statements, they then withdrew it. Like Ms. Zandi Kumalo said, no, she never said anything about the gold teeth incision. But where it is contained, my lord, this is the photo I was referring to.
Uma bengikhuluma ke ngaphambilini ke ngezinyo ke bengikhuluma ngaso ke lesi sithombe la ngishoyo ke khona ke ukuthi ke umsolo wesithathu ke ngoba ke kuyabonakala ke lapha ke okushayinayo ke kanye futhi nomunye wofakazi ke uZandile Khumalo, kodwa kamuva ke wasekhoto sakhe lokho akushilo ke ukuthi cha yena akakaza kusho ke lokho mayelana nezinyo ke kodwa bengikhuluma ngaso isithombe lesi.
Yes, we can proceed, my lord. Now, in this one, my lord, I identified this person as accused 3 in terms of the dreadlocks and the facial expression. And also here, my lord, as I said, if you look at the description of a dark brown color, complexion, you cannot rule it from what you see there, my lord. You can rule it out, in other words, sorry, my lord, I beg your pardon.
Ngishilo ukuthi lo ubonakala lesithombe uyena ke umsolo wesithathu ngawo ke ama dreadlocks lana, ngasho ukuthi nangandlela ke achazwe ngayo ke uma besho ukuthi ubukeka kanjani ke ukuthi le complexion ke e dark brown awikhiphi ke uma ubheke noma ubuka sona lesi sithombe lesi.
Let us just give a number to this photo that you just describing now.
Oh, yes,
Yes.
Can we then just go down? It is number 16,
Yeah,
photo number 16, my lord. We can proceed, my lord, to the next photo. Hang on here. Yes, my lord. Now this is photo 17. Here, my lord, one can see the date as well, which is still the same date of 2014-10-26, which is the date of this incident. Now the time there is 17:28, which is slightly different from the previous, the first photo, I think photo number 12. And it is this photo, my lord, where you can see still accused 3 having dreadlocks. Here they are longer. This is what we discussed. I think we refer to this photo, myself and Advocate Minister, where you say they are longer. However, my lord, one needs to be noted that the angle of the previous photo where you see them going up to the neck, and this angle, my lord, it is not the same. That is the first prominent thing that you can see. The angle in which they are taken, if you look at the other side, they go up to the neck, but the angle is not the same as this one.
Lana ke kulesike isithombe number 17 idate ke 2014-10-26 17-28-39 esikhathi ke isigameko ke lesi senzeka ngazo i-26 October 2014. Lana ke kulesithombe ke uyabona ukuthi umsolo wesithathu nama dreadlocks, kodwa ke okwehlukileke lana uma uqhathanisa lesi sithombe nalesi esindlulile ukuthi la uyawabona ke ukuthi ama dread lana made futhi ke uma ubheka ke leyithombe ezimbili uzobona ke ukuthi ke uhlangothi noma phecelezi ke iangle eyithathwe kuzona ke akusiyona ke iangle eyodwa noma efanayo ingakho ngale kulesi isithombe uyabona ukuthi ama-dreads afica la emqaleni kodwa ke la made.
So in essence, my lord, what I'm saying, and there's a time difference between the first photo that we dealt with and this photo. I think it's a couple of minutes. We also dealt with that part. Advocate needs to draw me to that. But that part, the significance of that time difference, one will not know as to how they were worn on the first picture to in relation to this picture, or vice versa. In other words, whether there was a time when they were made shorter or extended, or whether on one angle they appeared shorter, on the other angle appeared longer, because we do not have a clear projection reflecting the exact location of the dreadlocks from the back. What you have the side where they are shorter, they go up to the neck, which correlates with the description. You then now have this photo 17, which shows them that they are longer. But these pictures, these photos, my lord, were not taken at the same time. There's a time lapse. What happened between the two in terms of how they were worn, my lord, we do not have evidence of that. We can only refer to what we see.
Lana ke manje sobona ukuthi nesikhathi ke sihlukile sikhulumile ke ngalokho mina naye ke advocate umnisi kodwa ke esingakwazi ngoba ke kwesinye isithombe abukeka emafishane kodwa ke lana ayabonakala ukuthi mati asazi ke ukuthi kwenzakaleni ke phakathi kwalezo inkathi lezo njengoba isikhathi sihlukile ke ukuthi ke ebe kanjani ke noma ke enziwe kanjani kulesi uma sekuhamba isikhathi ke ngaphambi kokuthi sifinyelele kulesi ke isithombe ase ayashintshwa noma asinabo ke ubufakazi obukhuluma ngalokho yilokho nje kuphela esikubonayo.
Thank you, Brigadier. Just before you proceed, let us put the time lapse between the taking of the first and the second photo as you are expounding on. Is it correct that we said it's almost about it's between 2.5 it's 2 minutes to 2.5 minutes, or the most 3 minutes?
Yes,
Thank you.
agree. We agree, my lord.
Sivumelene ke ngesikhathi ukuthi ngaba ishuze emibili ukuya ke kwemithathu.
Thank you, Brigadier.
Yes.
You may proceed.
Yes, my lord. So now what I mentioned on this picture, my lord, as I've said earlier, on the previous photo number 12, that if you look at the jacket that is worn by accused 3, or that at the top on the other picture, because the previous picture number 12, my lord, did not go to the waistline. If you look at the waistline, then one can see clearly that this is a top. It's a two-piece. It's wearing a two-piece of the similar color, but this is a brownish, khaki, in terms of the color, top. It's not a one-way piece like your overalls. It's a two-piece, my lord. So this, my lord, correlates with what I've said, that the witnesses described this person, suspect A, as wearing a khaki. Those who refer to the khaki as a top, my lord. That can be clearly seen.
Okunye futhi ke ngifisa ukuthi ngigcizelele kona ke kulesi sithombe yiloko kwesikhulumile ngako ngaphambilini siyabona ukuthi ke two piece ke lona i-top ke lena ekhakhi ngombala yiloko futhi okushiwo ke ibona ke ofakazi bakhulumile ngayo i-top bakhuluma ke nangekhala noma umbala ukhakhi.
What is also of paramount, my lord, while I'm dealing with this picture, because the date is important, because this is the date of the incident, is that the person next to accused 2 is accused number 5, my lord.
The person next to?
Accused 3, my apologies. The person, this is accused 3, this individual with the sporty is accused number 5.
Okunye ke kusemqoka ke noma ke sisakhuluma ngaso lesi sithombe ukuthi ke umuntu lona ke oseduze kwakhe ke umsola wesithathu umsola wesihlanu.
It was also, my lord, confirmed during the course of the investigation that indeed in the afternoons, although I will not be certain about the timelines, but in the afternoons of the date of the incident, accused 3 was indeed in the Fosoras area, which is a jurisdiction area of where this offense occurred, in terms of his cell phone location, not the statements of witnesses, but I'm talking about now forensic evidence, the cell phone location in terms of that afternoon. He was in the vicinity of Fosoras, my lord.
Okunye futhi ke ukuthi ke uma uphenyo seluqhubeka ke lokho kwavela ke bona ke noma ke ngalelo langa i-26 October 2014 ukuthi yena ke angikhulumi manje ngeitatimende noma ofakazi ke kodwa ke uma kukhulunywa ngabo ubufakazi bama cell phones ukuthi ke ngalelo langa lelo umsolo wesithathu wayekhona ke kwindawo leyo yase Foster's.
And when I'm saying he, my lord, I'm saying this because so you have the phone location correlated, my lord, by witnesses that we uncovered during the course of the investigation who places him at Basotuni Hostel in the afternoon, and obviously then subsequently before and after the incident in this matter occurred, my lord.
Futhi ke mase sikhuluma ngalokho ke manje ubufakazi bama cell phones ofakazi ke nabo abashoyo ukuthi ngempela ke ngalelo langa ke emini ngalelo langa lazo i26 October 2014 wayese Fosterus ngaphambi kanye nasemuva kokwenzeka kwaso isigameko.
Yes, we can proceed, my lord, to the next. And this is photo number 17, my lord. My lord, I didn't say much about this individual because I don't think he played a significant role in the investigation, our investigation, so I didn't really say it is not relevant to this exercise that as Advocate Minister is taking me through, my lord. Yes.
Akukho kuningi ke ngikushilo ke sikhuluma ngayi ngalesi kodwa ngalesi sidlulile ke isitombe ngoba ke ngicabanga ukuthi ke akukho ukuhlanganisa ke nalokho Advocate Minister ke esikwenzayo noma angibuza ngakho manje.
Excuse me, my lord, if we can just go back again, sorry, to photo number 17. There's one aspect I forgot to place on record. Photo 17. I forgot something. I'm just noticing it now.
Khona nje ngikhohliwe ke kulesi sithombe 17.
Now, my lord, I forgot to mention the color because as we've said, there's this description of dark brown shiny complexion or dark brown. That's what is given. Now, if you look at this picture, if you look at the complexion of accused 3 and the complexion of accused 5, which we know now, if you look at them in court, there's a big difference. You can't miss it. Accused 3 is very light in relation to accused 5. But if you look, and this is the dark brownish complexion I'm referring to, if you look at both of them, they look similar in my observation in terms of the coloring, the complexion, which is the one that I'm saying it's brownish. It correlates with the description given, so it's not just a dark as a person who is black, it's dark brown, and that is contained in Exhibit J, all out, insofar as what Waromta Steenkamp is saying, because it says the first person correlates what was said by, sorry, the second person correlates what was said on top, etc., 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 until it gets to the person who was outside the house, Mr. Makaleni.
Lana ke engikhohliwe ke nanjengoba bese ngishilo ukuthi indlela abamchaze ngayo ke uma ke sibuka ke indlela ke abukela ngayo khona la ebusweni ke uma sibabuka ke bobabili ke akukho umahluko okhona uma ubabuka la esithombeni kodwa ke sikhulumile ke ngakho la enkantolo ke manje ukuthi umahluko yebo khona ke nokuthi futhi ke yena ke umsolwa wesithathu ke ukhanya kakhulu ke lana futhi ke naloko kukhulunyiwe nawu yena uMakeleni.
My lord, we can then proceed yes to the next pictures. It's just that aspect I forgot to mention. No, we can pass this one, my lord. No, this is not relevant to accused number 3, my lord. It's not relevant. Yes, photo 22, my lord. One is able to see accused 3 with dreadlocks. I think that's I took note of that picture with dreadlocks, my lord.
Kulesi sithombe lo 22 umsolo wesithathu ambona ke nama dreadlocks.
We can carry on, my lord. Then photo 23, my lord, on the left hand side, the person wearing the stripes t-shirt is accused 3, and one, in my observation, my lord, can see, I'm saying that with greatest respect, that the eyes are bigger, and that fits the incision of the gun toddler with big eyes, my lord. I'm saying that with greatest respect. It's not meant to insult, but I'm saying the length, because that description was given that suspect A had big eyes, my lord.
Lana ke kulesi sithombe u23 ngambona ke ugqoke istripe yena ke umsolo wesithathu Lokhu-ke kona-ke kwamehlo bekusho-ke kona-ke inkulu-ke inhlonipho akusona-ke ukuthi ngiyadelela nanjengoba bebechazile beshilo-ke ofakazi ukuthi lo owangena ephethe isibhamu wayenamehlo-ke amakhulu siyawabona-ke la kodwa lokho ngingafuna ukugcizelela ukuthi ngikusho-ke hhayi ngoba ngidelela kodwa ngikusho ngenkulu inhlonipho.
Yes, my lord. We can then proceed, my lord. You can see the dreadlocks as well on accused two's head, my lord.
Uyawabona-ke futhi nama-dreadlocks ekhanda lakhe.
This picture, my lord, is not clearly visible on the monitor, but on the pictures themselves, one can see that the person on the left, this person is accused number 3, and then this gentleman here is accused 4, but it's not clearly visible. And I think I've placed it that it's blurry. I think that's what I've said on the previous occasion. So I'll stick to that, my lord.
Lana-ke kulesi sithombe. Kulesi sithombe-ke akucacileke kodwa lesi enginazo mina-ke ukucacileke uyabonakala ukuthi umsola wesithathu lona umsola wesine lona kodwa kulesi mina engisiphethe-ke ubonakala kahle.
And this is picture number 24.
What photo number is it?
It's photo 24, my lord.
That one.
Yes, yeah, this is photo number 24.
Number 24 lesi sithombe.
And you're saying it's clearer on that copy of yours?
Yes, in my observation on this one.
Also, they must see it because they're not seeing it. And even the defense,
Yes,
because you're describing something which is different from what is being monitored then.
yes, my lord.
You said it's photo number?
Number
No, that one on the monitor.
it's 24. It's 24.
24.
Yes, my lord. It's photo number 24, my lord, and it's dated 2014-11-05, my lord.
Sibhalwe-ke 2014-11-05 i-date.
Yes, we can proceed, my lord. I did not, photo 25, 26, my lord, has no relevancy to this exercise.
Photo 25, 26 akukho-ke ukuhlanganisa nalokho esikwenzayo.
Then photo 27, my lord, let's get to it. It is also blurry. I think I left it at that, but I can see on my picture, my lord, that it is accused 3 inside the minibus.
Kulesi-ke isithombe akucacileke kodwa-ke kulesi mina enginaso-ke ngiyabona ukuthi-ke umsola wesithathu-ke lo ongaphakathi kuyona imoto.
It's a Toyota minibus, my lord. It looks bluish, bluish, my lord. And it's sitting on the driver's seat. It's a driver, my lord. Photo 27.
I-Toyota-ke lena ibukeka i-blue umbala.
You know what, refer to the accused. Those photos must be given a separate citation from the ones which are in the bundle of the album. Are you with me?
I'm with you, my lord.
Are you with me, Mr. Baloyi? But those photos, because it says they are blurry, I can see them. But if this case goes somewhere else, you'll be wondering where is that those two exhibits. So it will be photo 24 and photo 27.
Yes.
They must be separately identified by a separate citation.
My lord, photo, we can proceed. Photo 28, I don't think it's relevant to this exercise.
Akukho-ke ukuhlanganisa photo 28 naloko esikwenzayo.
And then photo 29, it's basically, my lord, a splitting image of photo 24. I just want to confirm, my lord. Yes. Well, not a splitting image, but it's a picture where accused 3, you see basically the same individual. Accused 3, what was relevant in terms of what I've said is with accused 4. but it's the same individuals, but taken slightly. One will see that there's a time difference, but in the same location, but it correlates. Photo number 24, my lord. This is now picture photo number 29, my lord.
Lesi-ke isithombe esiwu-29 isithombe esifana-ke namashe number 24 usabona-ke abantu-ke ekuyibona-ke laba bakhona kulesiyana ukuthi nje umehluko nje isikhathi-ke kodwa-ke isithombe esisodwa.
Now the next photo, the next one, my lord, 31. You can go to 31. My lord, on the right hand side, one could identify accused 3. On the left hand side, there's 3 gentlemen, but this is accused 3. One can see also this one, my lord, it's a little bit blurry in fairness to the accused, but one can see the lineup of the dreadlocks, my lord.
Lesi-ke isithombe 31 kuhlangothi noma kusandla sakho sokunxele-ke uyambona-ke umsolo wesithathu nalana kulesi-ke akucacile kodwa-ke ama-dreadlocks ewabona.
Now, what is the person that you're describing as accused number 3's skin complexion on that photo?
It is much lighter, my lord, compared to the others that we dealt with. However, my lord, and I'm not now wanting to speculate or testify as an expert, one will need to take into account the lineup and the day in which these pictures were taken. If you look at this picture in particular that we're dealing with, you can see one cannot even tell whether it was the late afternoon or dark at night, which is different to the other pictures. For example, picture number 12, where you can even see the sun rays at the back. It was clearly daylight and you can see the sun rays. Now this one, if it's not the afternoon, late afternoon, where the sun has already disappeared, my lord, then it will be at night. Now, as much as I'm not an expert, my lord, but I know that lighting plays a role in how one will appear in the picture, my lord.
Manje-ke uma ubuka kulesi-ke isithombe uma umbhekile-ke ukanjani-ke ebusweni noma indlela akabukeka ngayo lana-ke uyabonakala-ke ukuthi-ke uyakhanya-ke lana kodwa-ke angikusho-ke ukuthi-ke manje indaba yesikhathi-ke uma sibuyele emuva-ke kwisithombe ekunumber 12 la ubona khona-ke ukuthi kwakusemini-ke ngiyazi noma ngingasiyena-ke ungoti ukuthi-ke udaba-ke lwelanga-ke noma ukuthi kuyisiphi isikhathi isithombe esithathwe ngaso nako-ke kuba nomthelela-ke.
Now, before we proceed to the next point, Brigadier, you would recall that this court was told that this incident took place at about between 8 and 8:30 in the evening. And the witnesses who testified here at court testified about the nature of visibility in their house, if you so remember, and they said that the house was properly lit, not so?
Well, I will not be able to comment about their testimony except what is contained in their statements, my lord. That it happened, the lights were on. That's what I recall. Insofar as the statements are contained, my lord. But what they said here, I was not in court, so I won't be able to comment about that.
Ukuthi-ke ofakazi bathini-ke ukuthi isikhathi-ke isigameko senzeka ngaso phakathi ko-8 no8:30 nokuthi-ke futhi-ke noma-ke ama-lights aye-on-ke ngaphakathi endlini. Lokho-ke akukho engingakusho ngaphandle nje kwalokho okubhaliwe-ke noma khona kuyitatimende zabo uma bechaza-ke ukuthi ngempela-ke yebo ama-lights aye-on ngaphakathi endlini kodwa ukuthi kwabathini enkantolo akukho engingakusho lapho.
The two gentlemen who are allegedly with the gentleman in the striped skipper,
Yes.
are they identified?
No, my lord.
We don't know them. Nobody knows them.
No. So they were not relevant to this investigation.
Yeah.
My lord. The one that, insofar as this investigation is concerned, they were not relevant. But this one in the middle was identified, I think, as one of the relatives for accused 1. I think his name was Sipiva, something to that effect, my lord. I mean, Sipiva. Yeah, I might talk under correction, but he was not relevant insofar as this commission of the offence is concerned. my
When
lord.
was,
What is the name again? It is not getting me.
Spiva, and I stand under correction. Yeah, Spiva. Yeah, I might be wrong, my lord, but what I'm saying is Spiva was identified as the relative of accused one, an uncle of that nature, my lord.
Lana ke laba babili ke abalisake bona ke akukho bahlanganisa ke nalo uphenyo lolu kodwa ke lona ke ofake isikipa esibomvu ke uma nje ngenzi iphutha ke bathe mabebusho bathi uSpiva ke nokuthi futhi ke uyihlobo sakhe ke umsolwa wokuqala.
Oh, my lord, it could be there's just another name. I'll just have to remember it. But he's no more. He passed away. But he was related to accused number one.
oh, I see.
Yeah, I just forgot the name. I'll remember as we carry on, my lord. But if it's not Sipiva, it will be this other person. But he's deceased, and he was related specifically to accused number one. I'll remember the name, my lord, as we get along.
Ngizokhumbula ke igama uma sesiqhubeka ke kodwa ke usewashona ke manje.
Yes, my lord. So the last part in terms of what I'm saying, yes, as much as, my lord, that was said, but as I've said, if one looks at the two pictures, just the two pictures, my lord, photo 17 as well as photo 12, it's just that I'm not sure whether we could put them side by side, but if you look at them, my lord, you will see, as I've indicated, that photo 12, you can see the sun rail, which would indicate it was during the day the sun was still out, and you can see clearly that the complexion of accused 3 there is much darker than what is contained in photo 31. That is why I'm saying the light will play in effect, but one then will assume that if you look at this picture that was taken during the day, the visibility will be more clearer, because there the complexion is more closer to dark brown than actually being light, my lord. If you look at picture number 3 that was taken during the day, you can see the sign railing, my lord.
Uma ke angazi nokuthi le ithombe lezi ke zingahlanganiswa noma bekwe ke eceleni kwesinye kodwa ke uma uyibuka ke u17 u31 kanye futhi ke naye ke unumber 12 ila ubona khona ke ukuthi ke kunumber 12 ke kwakusesemini futhi ke nendlela ke abukeka ngayo akakhanyi ke ngalendlela akhanya ngayo kuyona ke unumber 31 futhi ke lapha yana ku photo number 12 kwakusesemini ngalesi sikhathi isithombe lesesithathu.
I must transpose them next to each other so that people can actually see what you're talking about.
Yes, my lord. Perhaps if the doc can assist us.
Baloi, are you with me? Yeah, so that it must be contemporaneously done, so that you can see the comparison, which Brigadier Ginanda alludes to.
Yes, my lord.
We'll do that during the break.
What time is it?
The short adjournment.
What time?
During the short, we'll do that during the short adjournment. It's now 2 minutes to 11.
Okay, fine.
Okay. Yes, my lord. So that's what I wanted to comment. I'm not so sure whether we can proceed or Advocate Nis wants us to still deal with picture 31. I'm not sure. Can I proceed?
No, I understand, Brigadier. I don't know what photo. I just requested you to take me through, or to take me directly to the photos which have got dreadlocks, the big eyes, and the golden teeth.
All right. Yes. Okay. No. Go ahead.
I didn't say to you deal with picture number 15, 17, 20, or 21. No, that wasn't my question.
Yes. No. I'm dealing with them, my lord. But in
You
this
chose
context-
to go that route. I'm sorry, sir.
All right. No. No, I think we're saying the same thing, my lord. Perhaps the approach is what we did not envisage or agree on. What I've said, my lord, and then that's why I started there. This part was prudent. That when I disposed the statement that was signed for the application of warrants on the 23rd of October 2014, I took into account all these pictures, not one picture. And that's why I said it was an investigation. Now, collectively, after the investigation was concluded, then I made that statement. That is why, my lord, I gave an indication that as I refer to this picture while we go down while we go through them, I will have to read them into Exhibit J, because that's what Warrant Officer Steenkamp says, but also into what is contained in the witness statement to give support that this was based on the investigation. This was the outcome of investigation, not something that was just coming from me. So that is why you see me, my lord, going through these pictures, because it was not one isolated picture that has all these features. That's why in one picture I'll refer to big eyes, in one picture I'll refer to the length of the dreadlocks, in one picture I'll refer to the top that the accused is wearing, because you do not find all these features in one one photo, my lord, to get them in different pictures, and that is why I'm going through them, my lord.
Imbangela ke ukuthi ngenze ngalendlela engenza ngayo ke ukuthi ke nanjengoba ke kukhulunyiweke noma uadvocate Mnisi esho ukuthi ke yena ke ufune ngiye kwisithombe la khona ekutholakala khona ke lama dreadlocks lana ukuthi aphela kuphike izinyo ke legolide amehlo ukuthi lokho awukutholi ke konke kwisithombe sodwa ingakho ke manje sengiyenza ngalendlela engenza ngayo ke nokuthi ke nge-23 zika October 2014 uma manje sengenza ke isicelo ke sawo ke ama warrant ukuthi ke ngasebenza ke ngawo onke lama pictures ukuthi ke kuyisithombe esodwa ngaye uexhibit J kanye futhi ke nako lokho okwenziwa uyena uLieutenant Colonel Stein ingakho ke ngenza ngalendlela.
I'm sorry, you misquoting me. I'm not saying show us a picture, meaning one picture which has got all these features here. I said, can you please take us through Exhibit S and show us a picture which has got dreadlocks, the big eyes, and the golden teeth. I never said show us one picture in Exhibit S that contained all this description. Maybe you didn't understand me. And let's not argue about it, but we can proceed. I just wanted to correct what I put to you for record purposes.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, agreed, my lord. I think we're saying the same thing. Perhaps that's why I said it's how it's coming out. All I was getting across is that there is no one picture that will have all these features. Hence, I'm identifying these different pictures. Not to say Advocate Mnisi said there's only one picture, show me this picture. So we agree there. That's not what you've said. I'm just giving an explanation, my lord, as to why I'm embarking on this exercise of identifying different pictures. That's all there is to it, my lord. But we are in agreement.
Ngiyakuzona zonke ke lezi zithombe ukuthi uadvocate Mnisi uthe kunesithombe sodwa ke la ekutholakala kona ingakho ngisho ukuthi kungani sengiyakuzona zonke ke lezi zithombe lezi.
Now, my lord, we can then maybe move to photo number 36. I'll try to curtail them in terms of the album that I have, my lord. Photo 36. Wait, so sorry, my lord, can we go up just maybe to the speak just a bit up? No. Yes, perhaps we can deal with this one. Wait, my lord. This is photo number 35. Yes, it's almost like an album, but what was relevant for me, my lord, in the identification, or rather in my investigation, is this picture, my lord, where one can see the dreadlocks of accused 3, his facial expression, and also again, with greatest respect, my lord, I don't mean to offend him, the size of the eyes, the description of the intruder suspect A with big eyes, my lord, it's
lana ke kuphenyo lwami ke obese kufoka ke isona ke lesi sithombe lesika qedwe sikhomba ke manje kuphethe la ubona khona ke umsolo wesithathu nama dreadlocks ngiphinde futhi nobuso ke futhi ngiphinde futhi ke ngikusho ke ngenkulu ke inhlonipho nanjengoba bebechazile ke noma bebeshilo ofakazi ke ukuthi ke omunye walabo bangena endlini wayenamehlo ayemakhulu.
And my lord is wearing the same khaki top that we dealt with in photo number 12, which is depicted on the very same date of the offense of the 26th of October 2014.
Usagqoke futhi leya top ke ekhaki ke ekhona ke kulesiya sithombe number 12 noma ke isithombe leso sibhalwe idate yange 26 October 2014.
Yes, we can then proceed, my lord. We can go to picture 42, my lord. Photo 42. Yes, my lord. Picture 42. So, this picture, my lord, the date on top is dated 2014-11-06. and one can see, my lord, that it is accused 3 with dreadlocks. What is of importance, my lord, is the complexion. As I've said, my lord, that there's description of a dark brown complexion. Now, if you look at this complexion depicted in this picture, it cannot be mistaken to be light, neither you can say it's dark, but it is more prevalent when it comes to brownish color, and this is what this picture, my lord, depicts.
Kulesi-ke isithombe idate khona-ke 2014-11-06 bona ukuthi umsolo-ke wesithathu unama-dreadlocks futhi-ke sesikhuluma-ke manje ngendlela-ke ubuso obungakhona noma-ke i-complexion ebusweni-ke ile echaziwe-ke bona ofakazi bakhulumele-ke ukuthi-ke wene dark brown shiny angeke-ke lana-ke uphazame-ke uthi-ke cha uyakhanya-ke noma-ke i-dark kodwa-ke ile abakhulume ngayo noma bayishilo idate 2014-11-06.
The other picture that I took into account, my lord, is picture 47. We also dealt with it, I think, in this court, even with Mr. Ramsipile, my lord, 47.
Lesi-ke isithombe sikhulumile ngaso naye-ke Mr. Ramsipile number 47.
I think maybe perhaps we can also go back maybe to 46, my lord. I think I missed it because I took note of it. Insofar as accused 3 on the right hand side with dreadlocks, my lord.
Lesi-ke isithombe number 46 umsolo wesithathu kwisandla sabo sokudla nama-dreadlocks.
And the date on top, my lord, is dated 2014-10-26.
I-date-ke lana 2014-10-26.
Then we can then move to photo 47, my lord. But perhaps, my lord, before we go to 47, can we just go back to 46? I just want to make one comment, my lord. Now, my lord, if you look at photo 46 in relation to photo 12, and I think the other one is photo, I just want to go to it, my lord, so that I'm more specific. If the court can just bear with me. Yes, so photo 12, then photo 17, and then this last photo, my lord, photo 46. And I'll ask perhaps that when we come back from tea time, my lord, we can also put these 3 photos in the same time. What is of importance with this photo, and it will relate to this point I was trying to get across, which I will go to, my lord, is that the date depicted in all 3 of them, my lord, is the date in which this offense was committed, which is 26 October 2014. However,
ngicela nje ukuthi-ke kubukeke le y'thombe lezi ey'ntathu-ke u-12 u-46 kanye futhi naye-ke u-17. Okubalulekile nokusemqoka-ke ukuthi-ke i-date kuzona zonke-ke le y'thombe i-date-ke yange-26 October 2014.
Now, however, my lord, I'm saying if you look at photo 46, my apologies, you will see that accused 3 is dressed differently than he is on the other 2 photos, but on the same date. Why is this relevant, my lord? It's relevant in a point when I said one will not know that when these times were changing, as the angle was not the same, how was the hairstyle of the accused dress? That's the point I'm trying to get across, because here you can see you're talking about the same date. However, the clothing that appear on accused 3, except the similarities that it's him and the dreadlocks in photo 46, are not the same clothing that you find in photo 17 and photo 12, my lord.
Kodwa-ke manje-ke okwehlukile-ke lana ukuthi yebo ilanga-ke elilodwa leli, kodwa-ke manje-ke agqokile-ke manje noma useshintshile-ke lokho agqokile-ke kulesi isithombe u-46. ayisoyikodwa-ke lokho begqokile-ke ku-number 12 kanye futhi naye-ke u-17 yilokho-ke bengikushilo-ke ngaphambilini uma ngithi-ke le ithombe lezi yithathwe noma yithwetshulwe ngey'nkathi ezahlukile ukuthi asazi-ke ukuthi-ke ama-dreadlocks kulesi sithombe abukeka ekanjena ukuthi kwenzekeni-ke maphakathi-ke nesikhathi ukuthi manje asehlukile-ke kwesinye isithombe abukeke ngendlela ehlukile.
My lord.
Before we proceed.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Sorry, my apologies. Yeah.
Yes. Photo number 17 and photo 46. Let's for a moment concentrate on those. Number 17 and 46. Now, if needs be accused, and that's already on record, number 3, Mr. Meyiwa will come tell this court that that photo depicted on photo number 46, it's a photo that was taken in the morning before they left the city of Joburg, specifically at Nugget Street. He's saying this picture was taken at the corner of Main Street and Nugget Street. It was in Joburg before they left to Spruit. Is it Spruit View or Spruit or something like that? But it's on the same day, the 26th of October 2014. Now, the picture that is depicted on photo number 17, it was taken on the same day again. Here, they were at George Koch. It was taken exactly at 28 minutes past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, you're making a point about the fact, the nature of the dreadlocks. What is it that you are saying about the dreadlocks in relation to the time at which these photos were taken?
No, my lord. What I'm saying, so perhaps let me deal with the first part, my lord, of where these pictures were taken. I think for me, my lord, to be in a position to answer accurately, I'll have to request an opportunity. Well, I'm not a cell phone expert, but to see the cell phone location at the times that Advocate Mnisi is putting it to me, because we know now we have the cell phones records of the 26th of October of accused 3, and the report I got was that these pictures were taken in a selfie. In other words, the camera, the device was used. So for me, perhaps then to either agree with the assertion that is being put to me, the second part, my lord, in relation to the question that Advocate Mnisi was asking me, all I was trying to demonstrate in these pictures, my lord, is that if you take into account picture 46, and I will not dispute if the assertion by Advocate Mnisi is that they were taking at different times, etc., we agree. But the point I was trying to get across, and which is what I said earlier, my lord, that if you look at the time lapse, in other words, there's a time gap between photo 12, 17, now we know photo 46, which clearly, this one, at least photo 12 and 17 is wearing the same clothing. The only difference is that on the other picture is with accused 5, and on the other picture is on his own. But on photo 46, you can see clearly that the change of clothing, it's different than the two pictures. All I was saying, there's an opportunity for him to change how he dresses, and that is why I said, my lord, one will not know how the hairstyle was dressed when he took the picture 17, or as the allegations are contained, my lord, how it was when this offense was committed, to be more precise. And that's what I was trying to demonstrate with this picture 46, my lord.
Obengikusho-ke ngalesi sithombe eku-46, yebo-ke siyabona la ku-12 kanye naye-ke u-17, ku-12-ke ila ayedwa khona-ke ku-17, umi khona-ke nomsolwa wesihlanu. bese kuthi manje ke futhi ke noma sibona yena ke u46 ukuthi ke kunesikhathi ke esihambile ke lapha la abenako ke ukuthi ahambe ke ayoshintsha lokhu awayegqokile ke yiloko bengikusho ke malana nawo ke ama dreads ukuthi ke ngesinye isikhathi abeshintshiwe noma ebefakwe ngendlela eyodwa ke ikakhulukazi nangesikhathi sokwenzeka kwaso isigameko yiloko ebengikusho.
I don't know whether it answers you. No, sorry. Yeah.
Brigadier, let
Yes.
us assist the court.
Yes.
Let's not go here and there and everywhere. Let's look at the pictures. You're saying that the time lapse between the taking of photo number 17 and photo number 46. Actually, let me put it this way. The time lapse between the taking of photo number 46, because the first photo to be taken, and then photo number 17 was taken in the afternoon. There could have been a change on the style of the dreadlocks. Is that what you're saying?
Should I answer?
Yes.
My lord, I'm saying, and I'm basing this on photo 46. Factually, this is factual, it's not an assumption. I'm saying if you look at photo 46, which according to the date depicted on top, it was taken on the very same day as photo 12 and photo 17. So the date correlates. These photos, if the date is then, we're taking it as it is, my lord. They were taken on the 26th of October 2014. Then I'm saying, my lord, if you look at photo 46, the clothing that accused 3 is wearing is definitely not the same as the type of clothing that accused 3 is wearing in photo 12 and 17, giving an indication that there were change of clothes in between. These two photos, 12 and 17, two photo 17 or vice versa. Now I'm saying if you take that into account, you cannot ignore that there is a certain way of how he dressed himself, because these pictures confirms that. It's two different pictures, my lord.
Engikushoyo lana
3, sorry.
uma ke uqhathanisa le ithombe lezi ke u12 u17 kanye no46 uyabona ke ku46 ukuthi ke agqokile ke lapha asikona lokho agqokile ke ku number 12 kanye futhi ke naye ke u17 futhi ke kunesikhathi ke lana ke futhi esihambile ke lokho ke kuchazela into eyodwa ke ukuthi ke benesikhathi ke la khona ke ayoshintsha khona ke impahla noma ayigqokile ke ngalelo langa lelo.
Brigadier, you make mention of the dreadlocks.
Yes.
Not so.
Yes.
And you said there could be a probability that dreadlocks could have been changed as well.
Yes.
Exactly. Now look at photo number 17 and photo number 46. Do you see any changes in terms of the dreadlocks?
No, so my lord, yes. If you, no. So perhaps let me put it answer that. Let me say it. No, let me answer it correctly. There is no difference insofar as photo 17 and 46 in terms of the length. You can see that dreadlocks are longer, which is different with photo 12.
Angiphendula ngalendlela ke ukuthi ke uma ubuka isithombe u17 kanye no46 awukho ke umehluko uma ubuka ke usize ke wawo ke ama dreadlocks uyabonakala ke ukuthi made kodwa ke lokho ke angeke ukusho ke uma uza kulesi sithombe esi12.
Thank you, Brigadier. We can proceed. We can proceed.
Yes, my lord. So then photo 47, my lord, will then take us, yes, photo 47, if the dog can go there, photo number 47.
I'm sorry, my lord. Apparently, there's a technician that is still busy on the system. I think we could then request that we have a short adjournment, my lord, so they complete what they have to week. What's your time?
19.
First. we had gone up to, we're done with 46. We. As it please the court, my lord. The court requested that those photos that Brigadier, that the witness referred to, should be beamed contemporaneously.
So
That
those
is-
are the photos.
Yes, my lord. I think that is photo number 12, photo number 17, and photo number 46. This was done at the request of the court.
Yeah, but Brigadier must testify about that.
Yes, my lord. So, my lord, what I said, this is picture 12, as Advocate Minister has correctly put it, my lord, which was taken on the date of this incident, 26th of October, 2014, and there's a time there we say 17:31 and 14. Then and this picture, my lord, depicts, as I've said, accused 3 with dreadlocks going up to the neck, the khaki top, and then the second photo, my lord, taken on the very same day as well. The time on this one is 17:28:39. I suppose it's seconds, but I'm reading it as it is, my lord. Then in this picture, the dreadlocks, and this is the part we dealt with, are longer, and the accused on this, accused 3 now here, my lord, I said, this is where you can see clearly that the top that is wearing goes up to the waistline. And I said, my lord, in this regard, it correlates with the witnesses who said the suspect A, or the first intruder, was wearing a top which was described as khaki, beige, brown, along those colors, my lord. And then I also made reference to accused 5 as being present in this picture. Then when we move to picture number 46, my lord, I then said this is accused 3, and the length which Advocate Minister asked me is that it was longer, but what was of importance, of prudence, my lord, I've said the date which is reflected on photo 46 is the same date as the ones reflected on photo 12 and photo 17. In other words, the date of 26 October 2014. However, my lord, I've said in photo 46, accused 3 is dressed differently. So if you look at the type of clothing he is wearing here, is not the same as the one that you'll find in photo 17 and 12, which gives an indication that there was some changes. And now I've made reference to the fact, my lord, and this is what I've said also, that one will not know, this is what I've said, how the hair or the hairstyle, the dreadlocks, were worn by the accused. You know, I'm saying if you look at this picture physically, because that's why I said I can only rely what I see. What I see is that in photo 12, the dreadlocks are up to the neck. It's there, it speaks for itself. Here they are longer. However, between this picture and the one photo 46, my lord, there's time differences. Photo 46, one does not see the time except the date. However, on this one, there is a time difference of about max, like Advocate Minister says, which I agree with him, max 3 minutes. But a lot can happen in 3 minutes. So the length of the dreadlocks, my lord, it's clearly not the same. But I do not know what happened in between, my lord.
Kule ithombe intathu-ke u-12 lona-ke u-17 phakathi nendawo beku u-46 ekugcineni. Idate i-26 October 2014, isikhathi u-17:31 nama-seconds awu-14. Kunumber 17, date 26 October 2014, isikhathi u-17:28 nama-seconds awu-29. Bese kuthi u-46, idate nayo-ke 26/10/2014, kodwa-ke isikhathi asikho. Kodwa-ke okubonayo-ke lana unumber 12 umsolwa-ke umi yedwa kulesa sithombe, uyena-ke yedwa kulesa sithombe. Bese kuthi ku-17 ngishilo-ke ukuthi laphayana unaye-ke umsolwa wesihlanu. Kodwa-ke uyabona ukuthi ukhona-ke umehluko kwisayizi-ke yawo ama-dreads ukuthi-ke ku-12 agcina-ke khona la entanyeni-ke. Bese kuthi-ke abamade kulesa sithombe u-17 nakuyena-ke u-46 made-ke ama-dreads. ngase ngisho futhi ke nokuthi siyabona ke 46 ukuthi ke kunala agqoke khona ke ngokwahlukileke kulezi ezimbili ithombe u12 kanye ke no17 ingakho ngishilo ke ukuthi sibe khona ke isikhathi noma ebenaso ke isikhathi sokuthi ke ashintsheke lokho agqokile ingakho sengikhulume ngawo ke ama dreads sithi ke asazi ke ukuthi ke nanjengoba ekwazi ukuthi ashintsheke impahla ayigqokileke ukuthi ke kwenzekani ke phakathi kubona ke ama dreads kule ithombe ezahlukile ngoba nanjengoba sisho ukuthi ku12 mafishane kodwa kwezinye ithombe made.
My Lord, I further referred to the complexion where I said if one looks at Exhibit J, the first suspect or first intruder is described as having a dark brown, shiny complexion. And I said, my Lord, if you look at the complexion here depicted in photo 12-17, it is more brownish than light. And that is why I even made a reference, my Lord, to say if one looks at accused 3, now before court, he's much lighter. There's no mistake there. However, if you look at this picture, it is more brownish. And I even said, my Lord, if you look at his complexion from a naked eye and that of accused number 5 that is standing with, it's almost the same. But if you look at them physically now here in court, you can see the split difference. He's much lighter than all the accused, which is a different position here on the date of the incident.
Okunye futhi engikhulumileke ngakho ke indlela akabuka ngayo ke ebusweni ke ekuyindlela ke futhi nofakazi ke abachaze ngayo ukuthi ke omunye walabo bangena ke endlini babebukeka ke kanjani ke bakhulumileke ke ngo dark brown complexion ke uma ukuze sengisebenzisa lesi ke u17 isithombe uyabona ukuthi la amekhona ke nayo umsola wesihlanu ukuthi ke umahluko awukho ke khona lapho kungathi ke bacishe bafaneke indlela babukeka ngayo kodwa uma ke manje babona ke manje ke la enkantolo uyabona ukuthi ke umahluko emkhona ke futhi ke uyena ke okhanya ukudlula bonke abanye abasolwa la enkantolo umsola wesithathu.
Yes, my Lord, that's what I recall I said, my Lord.
Thank you, my Lord. There's another, there are other photos again that were compounded to appear contemporaneously, exactly here. I think this has got to do with accused number 3 having this has got to do with the gun, the perpetrator, the intruder who had a gun in his possession, who had a golden insect in his upper jaw or upper teeth line, which the state says it is accused number 3. Any comment on these two pictures?
My Lord, what I said insofar as this picture, so I didn't make a comparison to this picture insofar as this picture. What I've said about this is that there was an indication or a description of suspect A with a gold teeth incision. And I've said the photo that I referred to in my affidavit is that incision there, which you can see it's a gold teeth incision on the upper lip. So that is insofar as I've commented in the dreadlocks insofar as this picture, but not for it to be compared with this picture. Where I made a comparison, I think is 2 other pictures which were blur. I even said they are blur, but in my album they are more clearer. So those are the 2 where the court said they must also be put side by side in terms of the blurrity or the visibility of them.
Kulesi ke isithombe ke akukho la khona ke engiqhathanise lesi kade ngisiqhathanisa naso ke ngikhulumile ukuthi bekhona ke la bekhuluma khona ke ukuthi ke bakunezinyo ke egolide ke ngase ke ngikhuluma ke ngalo leli yabonakala lapha kodwa hayi ukuthi ngiqhathanise lesi sithombe kanye naso ke lesi sikhona ke ezinye la engishilo khona ukuthi zona ayicacileke la kodwa ke kumina kwezami izithombe zona ziyabonakala.
I further indicated, my Lord, that I do recall that the witnesses like Zandi, for example, Kumala, I know she made a withdrawal statement where she was interviewed to say she never said accused or the first intruder had a gold teeth incision, and to say there were such statements at a later stage where they were saying no, we didn't say that, my Lord.
Futhi ke ngiyazi ukuthi ikhona ke idepartment khulukazi yena ke uZandile Khumalo la ke abese ehoxisa khona ke ethi ke mhlambe ke noma ke kube yiphutha ke angikaze ngikusho ke lokho ukuthi lo oqala owangena wayenezinyo legolide.
Yes, my Lord, that's what I said regarding the picture on the right hand side.
Thank you, Brigadier. You know the reason why we actually came up to the point where we had to exhibit that picture on the right hand side It is because of what is contained in your affidavit, which is the following. Photos downloaded taken of the accused by himself, when we're talking about accused number 3, in brackets selfies, matched the description of the suspect who had a firearm with dreadlocks, big eyes, and with a golden teeth. Do you understand? Now, I said to you, can you please take us through Exhibit S and show us a photo or photos which have got those type of description? The dreadlocks, we have shown us the dreadlocks. The big eyes, we have tried to show us the big eyes. The golden teeth, you took us to this one. Do you understand? And you are saying this is the context of saying that this is accused number 3. Now the question is, the person that is depicted on the right hand side, is that accused number 3?
Yes, my lord, in my view, my lord, this is accused 3, and that is a part that I dealt with, my lord, to say in his view, because this point was raised previously, and I said in terms of the angle, if the reservation insofar as accused 3 is concerned, I'll hear him, but I said in my observation, my lord, this is accused 3, and I'm basing this, my lord, in saying, remember the court will recall that I said these pictures were taken collectively based on the investigation. Now, on my investigation, my lord, I did not find any indication that says this person is someone else other than accused 3. That is why the court will remember that the court asked me about 2 individuals which were standing next to accused 3 in some pictures. And I said during the course of the investigation, we were able to establish that those 2 individuals are related to accused number 1. Although they were not involved in this matter, but insofar as this individual, my lord, one could not place him elsewhere as being somebody else, my lord. That's the essence of where the investigation took us.
Is he wearing? Just on the shoulders, what is he wearing?
It looks like a string, my lord.
What's that? That bluish
Yes.
color, what is it?
It's a string, my lord, but one cannot see.
String?
Yes,
I
it
see.
looks like a
Okay.
like a string, my lord. So
ngithe mina-ke ngolwami-ke uvo-ke ukuthi-ke lona-ke okwisandla sangoma kwesokudla-ke mina-ke ngikubona-ke ukuthi uyena-ke umsolwa wesithathu futhi-ke kuphenyo-ke akukho la khona-ke uma ngiqhubeka nophenyo la ekutholakale khona noma ekuvele khona-ke ukuthi omunye umuntu lona akusiyena-ke umsolwa wesithathu. Kuyafana-ke nakwesinye isithombe lesi inkantolo bengibuze khona-ke la abanye abalisi ababili bebehlezi lapho ukuthi bawobani, ngasho-ke ukuthi ihlobo zakhe-ke umsolwa wokuqala kodwa akukho okwahlanganisa necala leli.
I've also identified, my lord, pictures where I said accused 3, and I even said with greatest respect to him, one does not intend to offend him, that the eyes are bigger in terms of what I saw in those pictures that I referred to, my lord. So I've referred to those specifically to match what is contained in my affidavit with what was seen in the downloads, my lord.
Zikhona-ke iy'thombe futhi-ke engikhulumile ngazo ngabe ngisho-ke noma ngigcizelela-ke ukuthi lokho ngikusho-ke ngenkulu-ke inhlonipho uma ngikhuluma-ke ngawo-ke amehlo ukuthi ngempela-ke kuyabonakala ukuthi makhulu ukuthi-ke angikusho lokho ngoba-ke ngimdelela kodwa-ke ngisho lokho-ke okukhona-ke kuyitatimende noma indlela ofakazi abasho ngayo.
Yes,
Thank
my
you,
lord.
Brigadier. We may proceed.
Yes, so my lord, we were at the photo that we needed to deal with is photo 47. That's where we were at, my lord.
You had photo Bani?
47.
Yes, listen, as I said initially, it is not me who's taking you through this exercise, because I just wanted you to identify those features there from this photo album. I'm not so sure whether you're done or not.
I suppose, my lord, photo 47, 48 will be the last one. And I'm saying the exercise, and that's why I explained it, my lord. The description, the sentence that Advocate Mnisi referred me to, talks to the description that was given by the people who were inside the house. The people who were inside the house, in describing the first intruder, refers to the clothing, it refers to the type of the top he was wearing, they refer to the top. This is why these pictures, my lord, these downloads are relevant, because somewhere you see the top but you don't see where it ends. For example, in photo 47 that we will get into, you will see clearly as a corroboration of the previous picture that it is a top and it matches the description of the color given on the other side, and it is also dated on the same date of the offense. So the pictures that I'm referring to, my lord, are relevant insofar as the portion that Advocate Mnisi referred me, and it relates to the date when this offense were committed, because when I disposed this affidavit, I was giving an indication to the prosecutor in terms of what evidence do we have insofar as accused 3 is concerned, my lord.
Uma ngangenza ke le statement esifungele phecelezi ke affidavit lana ngangichaza khona ukuthi ke yini ke esasinayo nomfakazi esasinabo ke uma siqhubeka ngalo ke uphenyo manje ke le ithombe lezi ke ivezayo noma ke engikhuluma ngazo lana ke ethola ukuthi ke uma ofakazi bechaza bayasho ukuthi wayegqokeni wayebukeka kanjani wayenani manje kuzothola ukuthi kwesodwa ke isithombe itop le yabonakala ke kodwa ke kwenye ke kwesilandela isithombe ila ebonakala wonke ukuthi ke ugqokeni ingakho ke ngenza ngalendlela ngenza ngayo.
And it was a request, my lord, that I've said. I did indicate with greatest respect to Advocate Mnisi that I said this is an exercise that we dealt with, but obvious because the question was asked. Now I'm going through it step by step in correlation to the exhibit he referred me to, that is Exhibit J, my affidavit and supporting affidavit, to put context as to why I said what I said in my affidavit, my lord.
Futhi ke ngalendlela engenza ngayo ke bengishilo ke nama ke uma ngikhuluma noma ngisho ke nako Advocate Mnisi ukuthi ke besikhulumela ngayo Exhibit J kanye futhi ke nayo ke iaffidavit yami ukuthi ke ilendlela esizokwenza ngayo ukuthi ke sibuke zonke le ithombe.
Now photo 47, my lords, depicts, and this is also part is covered, my lord. I'll refer to this picture because it depicts firstly the date. If you can just go down a little bit, Dr. Spanier. So what is of importance, my lord, is that the date reflected on top is 2014-10-26, which is a date in which this offense was committed.
Okubalekile ke idate lapha na 2014-10-26 ekuyona idate isigameko lesi esenzeka ngayo.
And then the person on the right, my lord, is accused number 3, and one can see that this khaki top, you can see the waistline, my lord, it ends there. It's a khaki top, as described by some of the witnesses, that the first intruder was wearing a khaki and it was a top. So one can see in this picture that indeed there's a waistline here, my lord.
Nokuthi ke futhi ke kusona ke lesithombe lesike umsola wesithathu ugqoke ke le top ke ekhakhi ekuyitop ke ofakazi abakhulumileke ngayo uyabona ke nokuthi ke la egqoke khona ukuthi ifica noma igcina kuphi.
My lord, one can also see the dreadlocks.
Nama dreadlocks futhi nawo ayabonakala.
But furthermore, my lord, this of pivotal importance, my lord, the complexion, the dark brown complexion. This picture seems to be taken during the day, according to my observation, but the complexion here, as I've referred also as it is the same on the other pictures, that is more brownish than light, my lord, which correlates with the dark brown description given to Warrant Officer Steenkamp by all those people who were inside the house when she interviewed them.
Nokuthi ke ngendlela ke ngibona ngayo noma ngibuka ngayo ukuthi kwakusemini kathi ke isithombe lesi sithwetshula nokuthi ke futhi ke okubalekile ke uma ubheka noma ubuka ke ubuso bakhe ke nangendlela ke ufakazi abasho ngayo ke mayelana nalokuqala ke owangena nkathi bekhuluma naye ke uwarrant officer Steenkamp.
Now, my lord, photo 48 is basically the same picture, it's the same location. The only difference between photo 47 and 48 is that in photo 47, accused 3 is drinking, he has got a can in his mouth. Then in photo 48, if perhaps you can get to it, he's holding the can on his hand, but you can still see him and the same type of clothing, and the same gentleman that he's standing with on photo 47 is still with him, although there are other people around. But insofar as picture 48, it's just the two of them, my lord, but wearing the same clothing with dreadlocks, and if one looks at the complexion in this picture, my lord, it's also more brownish than light, my lord.
Okunye futhi ke kule ithombe ke embili ke umehluko ke obonakalayo noma okhona ke la ukuthi kusona ke isithombe lesi ke u47 ekuyisona lesi ke ukuthi ke ikandleli ke lisemlonyeni yebo bakhona uyena ke kusenguyena ke nalo yamlisa amenayo ku48 kodwa ke bakhona ke abanye kodwa ke ku48 ikandlela oliphethe esandleni.
Yes, my lord. So these would have been the pictures that I took into account, my lord.
Izona ke lezi ithombe ke engayiveza noma
yeah, and that is insofar as accused the first intruder, my lord. Obviously, when we dealt with other issues of the monies, the firearms, one expanded on this, but confining myself to the question that Advocate Mnisi asked me, this is what I looked at, my lord.
Kulokhu ke akubuze kona ke Advocate Mnisi yebo kukhona ke okunye imali ke noma ke izithombe ke kodwa kulokhu engibuze kona ke izona lezi izithombe.
Thank you. Now, we further say in the affidavit, photos were equally found of the murder weapon used in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. Now, you would recall that in the course of my cross-examination, I put to you a question that said that in your evidence, in your evidence somewhere, can't remember whether it was in evidence in chief or cross-examination, you made mention of the fact that the weapon or the firearm that was used when Senzo was killed was found in the download or is depicted in the downloads of accused number 3's phone, not so?
So, my lord, I understood the context to be the following, that the question was referring to what I've said before court. And I said, I don't recall having said that in court. But I even said to Advocate Mnisi that perhaps you are referring to the statement, because I knew that in my statement, such assertion is contained. But where we were differing is that in court, that evidence was not, I was not made to lead that evidence, my lord.
Uma besikhuluma ke ngakho ke lokho ukuthi ke izithombe lesi ke lezi ke isibhamuke noma lesi ekusola ukuthi isona ke esabulala ke sikhona ke kulama downloads mina ke ngithe ukuthi la enkantolo ke lokho ngikhulumile ngakho umehluko bekuwukuthi ke kuloko noma ke ku statement noma ke affidavit kodwa hayi ukuthi ke kwakhulunywa khona la enkantolo.
Thank you. Now on page 83, the proceedings of the 24th of January 2024. What month is this? December, ne?
This is December, yeah.
Yes, 24/01/2024. That's. I think that was cross-examination. When you've been cross-examined by Mr. Ngomizulu, I think that was within the trial, if my memory serves me well. I'm not so sure, but that is the record of the 24th of, the date of the 24th of January 2024, page 83, where you say at page, at line number 8, thus photos were equally found of the murder weapon used in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. That is exactly what I was referring to when I said to you that's something that you said here at court, but nonetheless it is stated there. Now, when you say photos were equally found in the downloads, photos of the murder weapon were equally found in the downloads of accused number 3's cell phone, can you please take us to that photo that depicts the firearm that accused number that the intruder had when he accosted the Kumalus, which was found in the downloads of the photos of accused in the photos of the downloads of accused number 3's phone.
Yes, my lord. So,
yes.
Yes, no, I'll take you there quickly, my lord.
Please.
So my response, I just want to deal with this part of the proceedings, my lord. My understanding of the question of when did I say that, my understanding was that I was being referred to the evidence in chief in the main trial, because that's how I understood the question. It wasn't to say in my proceeding during the trial within trial, and I answered in that context, my lord. That's why I said perhaps in my statement, but yes, if the record says that, my lord, I don't dispute it. I have a recollection of what the record is saying. But going to the question, my lord, if you look at, and this is my observation, my lord, it's mine, it's my observation, that photo number 38 depicts a rifle and a pistol, my lord. Now in my observation, my lord, this pistol matches or looks similar to the one that was found, my lord, as the firearm that discharged the bullet that was found at the crime scene, my lord.
Umasibuka ke isithombe 38 kuna rifle ke laphana kanye futhi nayo ke ipistol yona-ke i-pistol leyo-ke ehlangana-ke noma-ke ebukeka-ke noma-ke ifana-ke ngamashiki naleyo-ke eyatholakala ukuthi-ke yisona-ke isibhamu ekuyisona esadubula kathi-ke uSenzo eshona.
Now, Brigadier, are you aware that what you stated here misled the magistrate? Because you are saying to the magistrate, look, sir, photos of the firearm that was used, or a photo of the firearm that was used in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa was found in the downloads of accused number 3's cell phone. You don't say to the magistrate that, in my observation, in my view, there's a photo that I saw in the downloads of accused number 3's cell phone that resembles, but you're stating this as a matter of fact. This is perjury, you misled the magistrate.
Yes, please, my lord. I think counsel, it's maybe putting it in much more robust language. The witness, to distinguish between what your view is in an affidavit and what the fact is, we submit, my lord, that it's putting it much stronger to say that this witness misled the magistrate. He has repeatedly said this is just a summary, and he maintains that photo 38, in his view, it's the firearm that was found in accused number 3's possession. There's nothing wrong in that. There's no basis, my lord, to submit that, as counsel puts it, that he misled the magistrate. We submit that question ought to be disallowed.
As it is the court, my lord. Look, I am referring to what this witness told the magistrate in his affidavit. I'm not citing this. The state is then suggesting that the summary must also not be factual. A person can say whatever that he wants to say in a summary, even if it is not factual. This simply constitutes perjury. Somebody lied under oath, my lord. You cannot go and tell the magistrate that photos, as a matter of fact, were found, or a photo was found that killed Senzo Meyiwa in the downloads of accused number 3's phone. What did the magistrate have to do with it? Then the magistrate says, no, there's a exceptionally strong case against this accused or against this person that I need to sign this warrant against or for. This totally misled the magistrate. That is my submission, and I'm putting it to you, Brigadier, that this information that is contained in this affidavit, which is something that was made under oath, was misleading, because there are no photos that you can point out exactly and say in Exhibit S that this firearm, it's a fact that it is a firearm that was used in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa, and it was found in the downloads of accused number 3's phone. Are you able to do that without speculation?
We've raised our objection and we stand by it. The witness never said he's changing his position as far as that is concerned. He still maintains it's his view that this pistol that is displayed in photo 38 is the one that was found in accused number 3's possession. The only difference, as counsel puts it, is that in the affidavit he stated it as a fact, whereas he's now saying in his view. There's no difference between he's not really changing position.
Is that the pistol which is depicted there?
Yes, my lord.
Is there any resemblance to the pistol which this court handed over to Mr. Peterson to go and examine?
In my view,
Is there any resemblance?
There is, my
Or
lord.
there is none whatsoever?
No, there is. There is resemblance, my lord.
What is that, how do you describe that pistol or firearm or gun? What is it?
It's a 9mm semi-automatic pistol, my lord.
9mm? Wait.
Sorry.
9mm?
Semi-automatic pistol, my lord.
Semi-automatic pistol.
Yes.
And the one which is allegedly supposed to have been used in the...
It is also a 9mm and black in color as well, my lord. 9mm pistol. I think it may have just another addition in terms of the specification, but in essence it's a 9mm semi-automatic pistol as well, my lord.
Nayo ke le ekuyona ke kusola ukuthi ya ulala ke usenzo nayo 9mm isomo automatic pistol ke mhlambe ngakhona ke nje okungengezwa ke khona lapho kodwa nayo ke 9mm nayo ke futhi imnyama ngombala mehlule befuna ukwazi ukuthi lesibhamu lesi ke sikhona yini ukufana noma ke ukwehluka phakathi kwaso nalesi esanikezwa yena ke uMr Peters ukuthi ahambe ayoqhathanisa ke uthi brigadier mephendula cha akukho ukwehluka.
Sorry, it's photo number?
38, my lord.
38, okay.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Miss.
Thank you, Brigadier.
So perhaps, my lord, if I can just, because I have to get Minister said certain things and I didn't say.
I yet have to answer my question. Which question are you answering now? I haven't asked my question.
No, you did.
And the court said to me, yes, Advocate Minister, and then I said to you, yes, Brigadier. This is an interlude to my next question, and then you are answering now. Which question are you answering?
I'm answering your previous question where you said I must refer.
Okay.
I don't know whether you want me to leave it because you made a session about me identifying this photo that the court is.
The court
are we
says to
moving
me,
on?
yes, it means I need to proceed.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to say, sir?
My lord, yes. I wanted to say, firstly, my lord, and this is the part that I've been saying to Advocate Minister more than one, my lord. When you look at the statement that I've made, if you're going to pinpoint certain things and you don't look at it in its entirety, there will be such assertions that are made which are not accurate, my lord. And I beg to differ with him when he said the magistrate was misled. That's not true, my lord.
Engifuna ukusho lana ukuthi ke uma ngabe uzothi ke uma ubuka ke izinto ke ubuke nje ingxenye ethize ke kodwa ke ungabuki konke kupheleleke yila khona ke uzoba nezinkulumo ke ezifana nazo ke lezi la asho khona ke uadvocate Mnisi ukuthi ke ngamba imanje yakhohliswa ukuthi ke angizange ngikhulumeke iqiniso ke manje engasilona ke iqiniso lokho akushiwo.
If you look at the statement, my lord, where I'm making this assumption that is coming from me, it is so clearly stated, my lord, because when we deal with this firearm, I was specific prior to this download, my lord, where the specification of experts who dealt with the firearm, I dealt with it in the statement to say the firearm, how it was seized, and what was done by the experts. That, my lord, is factual. That's where you find the specs, because I do indicate that the firearm seized under Cleveland 96 of 2015, which is linked to accused 3, was tested, and the forensic report then confirmed that it was the same firearm that was discharged. So those are the facts, my lord. But in addition to that, as an investigating officer, I give my own view in the case, my lord, insofar as the evidence that I collected. So there is no misunderstanding in terms of what I've said, because I've never said in this sentence that it was ballistic or scientifically proven, my lord, that this firearm...
May I go and see, I'm sorry, Brigadier Kininam. Accused number 3 is raising his hand. Probably there's something that he wants to bring to my attention. In the meantime, Brigadier can proceed with his explanation.
All right, my lord. There is nowhere, my lord, where I said there is scientific or correlation by experts that this picture 100% correlates with the murder weapon. I'm stating what I saw, as I've been stating, my lord, insofar as other pictures and the bags of money. It's what I'm seeing. But now, if the question will arise and say, but can you say factually that this bag of money was in the same position? That I'm going to rely on what I see, my lord. So all I'm saying is that there was no misleading. It was chain of evidence that I was referring to, and where there were specifics, I was very specific, my lord, to say ballistic report give this indication. If you read this sentence, there's nowhere where I say this is a scientific findings, my lord.
Uma ngabe ufunda ke lana ke kuloko bhaliwe la akukho la khona-ke engishoyo khona-ke ukuthi manje uma kwenziwa ucwaningo kwabuya-ke nesinqumo esithi lesi isibhamu isona-ke ngithi-ke kuloko mina-ke engikubonayo futhi-ke uma ngiqhubekeka ngalo uphenyo olwenziwa-ke ngoba-ke yebo kunala ngishoyo noma-ke kubhalwe khona ukuthi isibhamu esathathwa-ke ngaphansi ko-Cleveland 962 ka-2015 kwahanjwa sayocwaningwa uma sekubuywa-ke kwatholakala ukuthi ngempela leso sibhamu leso isona-ke isibhamu esasetshenziswa ukubulawa kukaSenzo kodwa la akukho la ngisho khona ukuthi lesi ekulesi sithombe yisona isibhamu kodwa-ke ngisho nje lokhu mina engikubonayo futhi ngokuqhubeka kophenyo.
Furthermore, my lord, I did indicate previously that insofar as the process that I embarked on when I was doing this application, my lord, what was done, and I indicated to Advocate Minister that this is how things are done. This is how I did it in this matter. In preparation of, after this application, my lord, statement was signed and commissioned. The docket itself, my lord, in its entirety, because I even indicated that before it went to this court, it was first presented to the DPP, which then issued an indictment. Subsequent to that, my lord, I took the docket, not the statement, where, for example, the NPA, when they deal with it and subsequently the magistrate will be simply looking at a statement without supporting document. The entire docket was taken where the advocate, I even indicated that the advocate Stradom, who signed the warrant and subsequently not authorized by the magistrate. The docket was there. That's how it was done. So the evidence, insofar as what was contained in the docket, was not withheld. So there wouldn't be misleadings, my lord, because what I refer to is attached on the docket. In other words, the downloadings, the ballistic aspect of what the expert is saying, and all the issues that I referred to, including the confessions, everything that is contained in my statement, my lord, was presented to the court, and then I received it back when the warrants were authorized. So the entire docket. So there was no withholding of information. That's not how I dealt with this application.
Akukho la khona-ke kunolwazi oluthize olwagodla khona-ke ukuthi lolu-ke angeke ludluliselwe-ke ukuthi-ke u-advocate Stradom asesayinda-ke manje leyo warrant noma-ke incwadi-ke igunyaziswa ukuboshwa-ke kwabo-ke abasolwa. Akukho okwagodla-ke banikezwa konke-ke nedokodo, hhayi ukuthi nje kwakhishwa istatement kuphela idokodo lase liyagcinwa-ke lona-ke, kodwa bonke ubufakazi ukuthi-ke ama-ballistic athini, lobu bufakazi buthini, konke lokho kwanikezwa-ke, hhayi ukuthi-ke inkantolo yakhohliswa, kodwa bonke-ke ubufakazi noma konke okwakukulona idokodo kwandluliswa ngaphambili kokuthi-ke incwadi lena isayindwe-ke noma-ke phecelezi i-warrant.
Yes, I'm raising this point, my lord, to indicate that there was no misleading or perjury or anything, because the evidence was presented in its entirety, the entire docket with what it contains, including the indictment and all supporting documents, confessions that we dealt with, my lord, everything that we dealt with insofar as being evidence. That is how it was taken, and then it was received back then with authorization, my lord.
Ngikusho lokhu-ke ukuveza nokutshengisa-ke ukuthi-ke akukho okwagodlwa-ke, konke kwalethwa-ke noma kwasiwa-ke ngaphambili, bonke ubufakazi obabukhona-ke, iy'tatimende, ukugonyuluka, konke nje ubufakazi obabukhona-ke bahanjiswa. Uma yasayindwa-ke incwadi ngase ngikuthola konke futhi kwabuyiselwa kumina.
And most importantly, my lord, this statement, this is the last aspect. This statement that Advocate Miniti seems to suggest that there was a perjury on it is dated 23 October 2020. The indictment, my lord, to arraign this accused, and that goes for accused number 3, is dated 21 October 2020. So the DPP, the NPA, already made a decision that these accused must be indicted. Hence I've said, my lord, when I made this application, it was just a process of bringing them to court. So there was already a decision, my lord, taken, covering all this aspect that I spoke about, my lord.
Istatement lesakhuluma ngaso-ke u-advocate Mnisi la athi khona-ke imantshi-ke yakhohliswa-ke akuzange kudalilwe konke-ke, i-date yakhona-ke yi-23 zika-October 2020, bese kuthi la khona-ke isinqumo sasesithathiwe-ke khona ukuthi-ke abasolwa laba baboshwe kwakungeyi-21 zika-October 2020.
Yes, my lord, that's the aspect I wanted to touch base on.
Thank you, Brigadier. It does not end up there. On the 20th of November 2020,
Okay, where are we in what paragraph now are we at, my lord?
I mean another statement, A227.
We'll have to get to it then, my lord.
A227. You'll tell me when you get it.
Yes, just if you can just bear with me a bit.
Statement commissioned on the 20th of November 2020 by Detective Sergeant BB.
Yes, my lord.
Thank you.
I've got it.
It has not enough there. Again, on the, as I'm saying, on the 20th of November 2020. You're also saying photos were equally, okay, on page 6 of 10. 6 of 10, as you were trying to explain on paragraph 3.3, which is written in bold letters, Mtobisi Prince Mnube, nickname Carlos. On the very last paragraph, you are saying photos were equally found of the murder weapon that was used in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. Now, photos which were downloaded from accused number 3's phone. A photo containing the exact bag of money similar to the one found in Miss Kelly Kumalo's phone was also found. There is also another selfie that was taken by the phone of this accused, which shows him having a gold tooth. This gold tooth was one of the things that was noted by the witnesses. It's imperative to mention that this accused currently does not have the gold teeth as well as the dreadlocks, but evidence shows that he had both in 2014, October the 26th. Now, insofar as you saying that there were photos which were found on the murder weapon that was used in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa, which photos were found from the downloads that were extracted from accused number 3's phone. That's a lie. This is yet another lie in a different statement.
But we've already dealt with that aspect in the previous statement, Exhibit ZZ. We raised in the same objection again, and I think it's discourteous to a witness. I'm not even going to repeat the words that Advocate Nisi used, but we think it's discourteous to put that to a witness.
As it pleases the court, my lord, I might have used the word lie instead of using the word misleading, but the consequences are the same. Whether I say drinking water, whether I say aqua, and those who know what aqua is, they just mean the same thing. Whether I say a black person, whether I say African, those who know, they know that they mean the very same thing. The consequences are the same, man. But the gist of what I'm saying here is the magistrate was misled into believing that. Actually, I'm not talking about the magistrate. The affidavit says that there were photos of the murder weapon that were found in accused number 3's downloads, or on the phone of accused number 3's downloads. Now, where are those photos? Brigadier says, no, it is my view. There is nowhere where it is stated in his statement says that this is my view. It says this is stated as a matter of fact. This was just to demonstrate, said that there was consistency in the act of misleading in your affidavit, and for what purpose is yet to be seen.
My lord, I don't know how many times must I deal with the same aspect, because it seems Advocate Nisi wants to interpret the statement that disposed in a way that suits him. I've indicated, and this is supported by the exercise we've dealt with this morning. I've shown photos of the gold teeth incision, and this is why I caution Advocate Nisi that you need to take this exercise in its totality. I was making a statement for a certain purpose, covering the evidence in totality. And this assertion that is going to, it's the same thing that I tried to question him earlier on, my lord, to say you can't look at one picture and expect to find this. You need to look at the exercise that we did in totality. And if you do that, my lord, you'll realize that what I've mentioned here is contained in those pictures, even though they are different numbers and taken at a different time. Now, insofar as the firearm is concerned, my lord, there's no misleading and there's no lie, as Advocate Nisi puts it, and I say it with greatest respect, disrespectfully and so much aggressive. Because how do you mislead, my lord, when there's already a forensic report that says this firearm that was seized under Cleveland 96 of 2015 links the firearm that discharged the bullet that was found at the crime scene? This is scientific forensic fact. It was there before I made the statement. Now, investigation, putting that forensic finding, my lord, investigation on my side leads me to identify accused 3 as the first intruder that was in the house, and subsequently investigation implicates him being in possession of the firearm that was seized and linked to this offense. Subsequent to that, my lord, downloadings that are coming from the cell phone that was seized from accused 3 together with this firearm on the very same day. Firearms are found. The firearm is found that I refer to, but in that, my lord, I refer to photos in plural form to simplify it with the S of all these things that I indicate. So Advocate Nisi now conveniently select a particular narrative that he wants to put to say is misleading, and that is incorrect, my lord. I went through this exercise, and even when he said to me, this is not what he asked me to do, I indicated, my lord, over and over again, that is to show that the photos that I referred to in my statement were covered in this total picture. So you need to look at the totality of the picture, not in one isolation, to say when you say photos, you are now giving an inference of saying, I want 10 photos of the firearm. You ignore that in this presentation, I'm talking about gold tooth, I'm talking about dreadlocks, I'm talking about the firearm, and you have this, my lord. It is in this exhibit S, I think, where these things are actually captured. So I don't know how best can I explain now to give an insinuation or a suggestion that someone was misled. It's incorrect, my lord. And that is why I'm saying you need to flow this thing, you need to take it in its correlation of events. First, the presentation is done to the DPP, which is in possession of the entire docket. There's no misleading there. They are able to go into the docket, and that is why, despite what I was praying for when we dealt with Kelly, my lord, they took a certain position and we dealt with it. The evidence is before them. Subsequent to that, we take the matter to the courts. The evidence is before them, supported. That is how it was done. How is then, my lord, anyone misled when all the evidence that I'm referring to is in the docket? Nowhere did I say there's scientific support of this. I'm referring to my statement. It's a statement that was signed by me to say this matter opened because I see similarities, my lord. How I see similarities, as a police officer, I was trained in the usage of firearm. As much as I'm not an expert, but I'm able to identify that this is a rifle, this is a 9mm, this is a pistol. You are able to see those similarities. So the identification is based on me, and I never attributed that, my lord, to anyone insofar as this statement is concerned.
Ngazi-ke ukuthi lana-ke ukukhohlisa-ke imantshi ukuthi-ke kwenzeka kanjani-ke uma ngikushilo-ke lokhu ukuthi-ke bonke ubufakazi idokodo-ke nabo konke kwangaphakathi kulona-ke sekuyosayindwa uyena-ke u-advocate wasayinda kuyona-ke imantshi ukuthi konke kwakulapho akukho engakugodla-ke ngithi cha lokhu angikuhambisi angikuyise enkantolo. Angazi-ke ukuthi manje kwenzeka kanjani-ke ukuthi-ke yakhohliswa-ke imantshi nokuthi futhi-ke uphenyo-ke holela kuyena-ke umsola wesithathu ukuthi-ke ngithi-ke uyena-ke noma ngimhlanganiseke nokuthi uyena-ke owayengumsola wokuqala owangena laphayana nokuthi futhi-ke uma ngaba isibhamu lesi-ke sitholakala kulela icala lase-Cleveland. Uma sesiyo manje sesiyocwaninga-ke kwatholakala ukuthi isona-ke isibhamu leso esakhipha inhlamvu leyo eyatholakala khona-ke kuleli cala eliphambi kwenkantolo-ke manje. Ingakho ngishilo-ke no-advocate umnisi ukuthi-ke lo daba lolu-ke akangabheki-ke lokhu okuthize yena-ke akufunayo, kodwa-ke akabheke konke lokhu engikhulume ngakho ingakho ke besibuka le ithombe ebesiyibuka ke lana ngoba ke ingafuni ke ukuthi ke isithombe esithizeni esizotshengisa lokhu ke akufunayo kodwa ke asiyibuke sibheke zonke izithombe.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, I heard you saying in your testimony, again, I can't remember whether it was in cross-examination or in your evidence in chief, but it was in this session, not in a trial within a trial, it was in this session, where you made mention of the fact that you were not aware about the testimony of Mrs. Pinky Vitilinger, not so?
My Lord, what I've said is
Yes.
that I was not in court. That's how I recall the events. That I'm aware that she testified, but all I said is that the actual words that she used when she was in court, because I was not in court, my Lord. That's what I've said. It was in that context.
Ngaye uPinky Vitilinger ukuthi bengazi ukuthi ke uzile enkantolo ezokuthula ubufakazi
Yeah.
kodwa ke ngangekho ke la enkantolo ukuthi ke ngazwe noma ngizwe ukuthi yini ayisho la enkantolo.
Thank you, Brigadier. Actually, you said, I'm just paraphrasing you. You said you were not aware of the cell phone records of accused number, of the cell phone records of accused number 3, not so?
No, so let's put it in the right context, my Lord. I've
Yes.
said, prior to Miss Vitilinger coming to testify,
Yes.
I was not aware of the cell phone records that covers the period of 26 October 2014.
Yes.
We had cell phone records that I think were starting in November going upwards, and I said when she was in this court, that's when I became aware of those cell phones, which were then subsequently made available to us, my Lord. Cell phone records, sorry.
Engikushilo ke ukuthi ke ngangingazi ke ngawo ke ama cell phone records akhe ke umsolo wesithathu mayelana nesikhathi ke 26 October 2014 kodwa ke kuzokwenzeka lokho ukuthi ngazi ke nkathi ke eselana enkantolo ethula ubufakazi bakhe ke yena uMiss Pinky Vitilinger.
So the first time you got to be aware that there are cell phone records which cover the period also of the 26th of October 2014 as they relate to accused number 3. It was when Mrs. Vitilinger was testifying in court.
My Lord, when I said when she was testifying, so how it works, an advocate minister knows. There will be a consultation with the state advocate, and then obviously then the witness will testify. So I'm saying it was around that period, prior to her coming to give evidence in court, I was not aware. So I was aware around that time when they were consulting with state advocate, that it was then somehow brought to my attention that there is new cell phone records that relates to the specific date of the incident, because we didn't have, my Lord. That is why if you look at the request I gave to Kenneth Stein, nowhere does he cover the period of the 26th of October in his analysis 2014, my Lord.
U-advocate umnisi uyakwazi ke lokho ukuthi kusebenza kanjani ke ukuthi ngaphambi kokuthi ufakazi ke eze enkantolo ezokuthula ubufakazi bakhe ke ukuthi uhlala phansi ke nombuso enze lokhu okubizwa ngokuthi phecelezi ke i-consultation manje ngithi ke mina ke ngazo ngikwazi ngaleso sikhathi ke ngokuthi ngaphambi kokuthi aze enkantolo ezokuthula ubufakazi bakhe ke ukuthi bakusenala ama record amasha ke manje ama cell phone sondele kulesa sikhathi lesa sange 26 October 2014 kodwa ke kuyena ke uKenneth Stein lokho angizange ngikuthola kodwa kuyena uPinky Vitilinger.
Thank you, Brigadier. Let me ease your mind. The records of accused number 3's cell phone, as they also cover the period of that 26th of October 2014, had already been disclosed to the defense at the very inception of this trial. So, it strikes me very strange in terms of the nature of your investigation to say that you were not even aware of those records.
That cannot be correct, my Lord.
For a different case,
Yes,
I mean, I can remember the evidence.
yes.
No, not for this case.
Indeed.
Different case.
The records that were disclosed as the witness testified were those ones from the from November 2014, my lord.
I did not get the gist of the objection, my lord, about the disclosure of
Yeah, they say the objection is not clear, Mr. Baloyi.
Yes, indeed.
Maybe I did not hear the statement because something distracted me.
Well,
Yes.
the proposition that the cell phone records of accused number 3 covering the period 26 October 2014 were already disclosed at the time when there was a general disclosure. We objecting to that, and the basis of the objection is that that is not correct, my lord.
As it is the court, my lord, it is incorrect to say that those records were already disclosed to the defense at the time when Mrs. Pinky Vitilingam was testifying. I became aware of that Section 205 record when I was preparing for this trial. And they were contained in Cleveland case, in yellow pages. Now the question is, if really this case was investigated to the manner in which it is to be assumed that it was investigated, how can then Brigadier Kininda say that he was not aware about this so important piece of evidence? When it was disclosed to me, I think last year, May. Thank you, my lord. That's the question that I'm directing it to. I'm not lying to court. I won't mislead the court. That's the question that I'm directing to the Brigadier. I don't know if the state would also want to clarify that as well.
My lord, that cannot be true. It's absolutely not correct. I think one can even take it to the greatest form that it is misleading to say that, to say the least. It's not true, and if that is assertion that it is the truth, then it's misleading. Because the docket is indexed, my lord. When you get evidence, you index it. What was found initially, my lord, and I know we dealt with this part with the forensic team and the state advocate, was that the first records that were applied for, insofar as the Cleveland case is concerned, applicant is correct in that part, only started in November. I think that's why he's making November. Those are the ones that we were able to discover during the course of the investigation, and those are the ones that were disclosed to them. We had no knowledge of the second bunch of records. Why did we have a knowledge? Did not have a knowledge, my lord? They were applied differently. Even if you look at the reference number of what you call the case file, the first bundle that we disclosed had a different case file than the one that was discovered by Pinky Vetelingham. So it was not records that were available. For some reason, my lord, they were kept away from us. It is through the exercise with Pinky Vetelingham when she was asked to conduct a search on the number that this other set came up. When it then came up, my lord, that's why I referred that it came up around the period of consultation and subsequent to her evidence. Then, during that time, my lord, they were then disclosed to the defense for the first time, and we filed them in the docket. So the assertion that they were given to the defense prior to the commencement of this trial, my lord, if they have it, then they don't have it from us, my lord, because the docket does not have such a recollection recordings, first of all, and that goes to the cell phone analyst, Kenneth Stein, who analyzed these records. That is why, my lord, the person who dealt with this is Kenneth Host, because they came around during his period. Kenneth Stein did not have access to this, and the court will recall that part of the exercise that I've asked him to do when Kenneth Stein started as a cell phone analyst, my lord, was the following, and I've dealt with this part. First, I said, this is what is contained in the docket in terms of the cell phone data. Authenticate it. Secondly, I said, he, as a cell phone analyst, because I'm not an expert, he must go and authenticate what we have in relation to what he finds in the database of the police and the service providers. And he came back and said, what we have here, this is what I have, so I can authenticate it. Nowhere, my lord, even himself, was he able to discover these records that mysteriously were kept hidden somehow, my lord, and surfaced when the expert then came to testify. So that assertion is not correct. That is how things unfolded, and they were authenticated. They were not there. So we investigated, my lord. They were not made available. They were not in the face of what we would have uncovered during the investigation.
Kuloko akushoyo-ke u-advocate-ke ngasho ukuthi kona-ke akusona-ke iqiniso ikona-ke esengaqhubeka ngiye phambili ngithi-ke ikona-ke okukhohlisayo ukuthi-ke bakuthola bona-ke ngaphambilini kwesikhathi lama-records amasha uPinky Baikelengam akhulume ngawo abawatholanga kuthina-ke singamaphoyisa futhi-ke lokhu kuzovela-ke ngesikhathi sakhe-ke uLieutenant Colonel Coase ngesikhathi-ke ngicela yena-ke uLieutenant Colonel Steyn le mininingwane noma-ke le information wayengenayo-ke imininingwane leli eyayibhodliwe-ke kuthina noma-ke sasingazange sinikwe-ke kodwa eyazovela-ke uma ngabe yena-ke uMiss Pinky Baikelengam esethula ubufakazi bakhe.
As it pleases the court, my lord, I'm going to request for a short adjournment. I mean, it's almost 20 minutes to lunchtime. I'm just about to wrap my cross-examination. However, I still need to pursue this point, my lord. I want to introduce those, that record that is being disputed or denied by the state, then it was made available to us at the very inception of this trial, actually even before the accused were made to plead to these charges. I want to introduce it as a fact, something that is tangible. So I would request that we take an early adjournment. So I'll go prepare them and then I'll come present them at 2 o'clock, my lord. When I come and finalize.
We've got a list here of all the exhibits in this trial. Don't we have some? All.
Yes,
And
there's
then
a
they
list
go
of
from
exhibits.
1, I think, up to 170 something. What was the citation? Meaning, in other words, Mr. Mnisi, the very record you say was disclosed,
Yes.
it will be in the exhibits which are given to the court. Unless I was not given that exhibit. If I was given that exhibit, there is a list
Yes, ma'am.
where you just have to read the list and you see
Yes.
evidence of so and so.
Yes.
Yeah, so what's the problem? Why should we not just go and inspect that
Madam,
list?
with due respect, madam, I'm not talking about the list
What are you talking
of
about?
exhibits that had already been handed over to court. I'm talking about disclosure, the information that was handed to us by the state when we were supposed to prepare or when we had to prepare for the trial. I'm talking about that information.
I hear you. Are you saying the state used evidence which they never disclosed? To the court, in other words.
No, my lord. I
What are
never
you
said
saying?
it. I am saying, my lord. I am saying, my lord.
Yeah.
Because the brigadier said in his evidence
Yeah.
that he became aware of the record of the cell phone record of accused number 3 upon the testimony of
Pinky.
Mrs. Baikelengam. And then I'm saying to him, no, but it cannot be so because we already had that record when we had to prepare, when we had to start to prepare for this trial. In other words, that record has been there even before Ms. Pinky Baikelengam could come and testify. And then the brigadier says no. Then if we have that record, they don't know where we got it from.
Okay, that's agenda.
Thank you, my lord.
Just before I adjourn, just so that there's no misunderstanding, the brigadier refers to the cell phone records of accused number 3 that covers the period 26 October 2014.
I'm talking about that as well. Thank you.
Which records are supposed to have prescribed?
Well, the records were there. They were asked by the previous team, my lord,
Yeah, okay,
in the other case, but not disclosed to
Okay, fine.
the current team.
We'll come back at what time? 2 o'clock. Okay.
Brigadier.
After me.
Manje testing on the audio.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, sir.
Is it please the court, my lord? I tried to search for my documents, my lord. I couldn't find those papers. I remember I took them out, I stapled them together. They must be somewhere in the stack of papers. But this is the file that I'm referring to, with the file with the yellow papers. So I couldn't find them within the short space of time that I had to go and find them. But that's not a train smash, man. That is not train smash. Because the fact of the matter is, we received those documents with this, when the state did disclosure for us. But as I'm saying, it's not a train smash for me not to proceed with my cross-examination.
It means your colleagues have got the documents. Mr. Ramsepeli, Umalo, Ms. Mshololo, they have the papers.
I've got the papers.
Where are they?
They are not here. No. It's just that I didn't know that I was supposed to bring them. Otherwise, I don't have them.
Mr. Ramsepeli?
I did not bring that section.
They did not?
I did not bring the section 205.
Where's Ms. Mshololo?
Same with me, madam.
Mr. Baloyi, you've got the papers then because they say you gave them the papers.
We remember very vividly, my lord. We handed them up this thick section 205 for accused number 3.
What reference number? It's exhibit?
There is exhibit GG, triple G in brackets
Triple
1.
G.
Triple G1. And I handed them the section 205 in court. I was looking for a portion of the record where we even had to postpone the proceedings so that they can familiarize themselves with this exhibit triple G1.
So it
But
means I have that document.
we will, yes, the court has, yeah. They've been handed up as an exhibit.
Yeah,
The only
that's
question
nice,
is
that's
at which point did the defense receive the exhibit GG1?
Now, didn't you show them to your colleague, Mr.
Yes.
Nisi? Now, to show you,
Yes,
maybe you
well-
recall.
Well, they do have the exhibit, but they are insisting that we gave.
That is because I did not anticipate that the state would lead that evidence in their case. So I said, no, this I'll have to reserve for the defense case. So then I've made copies. Now the thing is, because there are so many documents in the office there, I can't recall where I actually put them or in what file are they. But definitely, this information was disclosed to us. But nonetheless, my lord, be that as it may, it is what it is.
Yeah, let's continue then.
Thank you, my lord. Now, say it doesn't really matter when this information was disclosed to us. What matters is the content of that information. Now, Mrs. Vitalingham came and told this court that at the time of the commission of the offense, which was run about 8 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the evening. Accused number 3 was already in Joburg.
My lord,
Testify to that.
I'm sorry, madam. I'm sorry. The information that is contained in the section 205 shows that accused number 3's cell phone, the movement of his cell phone. The cell phone record places accused number 3's cell phone in Joburg, in the city center in Joburg, not him, by the cell phone.
yes, my lord, that is my understanding of what was said to me when those records were brought to my attention, that the cell phone, not an individual, the handset, picks up a signal in Penrose, I think, to be more precise, in Johannesburg. I'm aware of that, my lord.
Ngiyakwazi ke lokho ukuthi kathi ke kwethula lobo bufakazi ke ukuthi ke umakhalekhukhwini uqobo hayi umuntu ukuthi ke ukhuluma ngokuthi ke ngaleso sikhathi leso wawuse Melrose, Melrose.
No, Penrose.
Oh,
I said
Penrose.
Penrose, or Holt Street, one of those streets, that's what I recall, man.
Whole street.
Thank you. And basically this accords with accused number 3's explanation of his movement on the day in question, which I will shortly put it to you as his version, that he will come and tell this court if needs be.
My lord, what I have in the docket, as I've indicated, is statements of witnesses who places accused 3 at the crime scene. That's what I have. Insofar as the device itself, I agree, the device points to Johannesburg, but you need to also consider what the other evidence is saying. It points otherwise, and it's supported by other things, my lord, which I do not want to go to as if we are repeating what was said earlier, my lord.
Mina ke enginako ke ubufakazi ama statement ke abantu abashoyo ke ukuthi umsola wesithathu wayekuleya ndawo ke noma elapha isigameko senzeka khona. Yebo ngezwa ukuthi I cellphone yona ke ikhomba ukuthi yayise Johannesburg yona ke, kodwa ke nobufakazi ke kanye futhi nokunye ke engingafuni ukuthi ke ngingene kona ke kube ngathi manje sesiyaphinda phindana.
Thank you.
This is what accused number 3 will come and tell this court if needs be. That on the 26th of October 2014, he was in a company of, amongst others, accused number 3. No, accused number 4.
Accused number 3.
My lord?
You're saying accused number 3 will tell this court that he was in the company of accused number 3.
No,
That's what you said.
No, but I would understand the court to mean that I don't say that. It can't be that accused number 3 was in the company of accused number 3. No, it was just a slip of a tongue.
Oh, is that so?
Yes. He was in the company, amongst others, of accused number 4 when they drove in the morning from, I'm trying to paraphrase him. I won't repeat everything that he come and say. Otherwise, his version has been put fully into the record. Amongst others, was in the company of accused number 4 when they left Joburg and went to Katlehong. Sprayed, basically it's sprayed. And that information is all confirmed in the towers that Mrs. Whittingham came testify about here. That is basically in relation to the movement of his phone.
My Lord, I can confirm that I do recall that accused 3 did move from Johannesburg to the Phosphorus area that afternoon, and I think I spoke about the location. So in the afternoonish area, and I can refer to Phosphorus. I'm not so sure about Katlehong, because I don't have a recollection of that. But in essence, I do know that he moved from Johannesburg to the vicinity of Phosphorus, and is placed there in the afternoonish of Phosphorus, which is correlated not only by his cell phone, but also by the witnesses that we uncovered during the investigation that indeed he was there. And there is a mention of accused 4 that is referring to that he was there, as well as the other accused, my Lord.
Umsolo wesithathu ke uzozosho ke uma isikhathi esithola ke etshela yona ke lenkantolo ukuthi ke ngalelo langa 26 October 2014 waye kanye ke phakathi ke kwabanye umsolo wesine uma babesuka ke eJohannesburg beya khona ke eKatlehong eSpruit namathawa ke ayakusho ke noma kayakufakaza ke lokho engikwaziyo ukuthi yebo ke emini ngalela langa ke wasuka eJohannesburg waya khona ke ePhosphorus angazi ngeKatlehong kodwa ngiyazi ke iPhosphorus lokho ke akusho kuphela ke i-movement noma ukuhamba kwawo makhalekhukhwini wakhe kodwa ke nofakazi ke esabathola uma ngabe sesiqhubeka ngalo uphenyo ngiyazi futhi ke ukuthi kuyasho futhi ukuthi ngayihamba noma endawonye naye umsola wesine.
Furthermore, they had some time around the vicinity of Spruit, and which is Katlehong. Then from there they went to Phosphorus.
I can confirm, my Lord, that he was in Phosphorus area, according to the cell phone location, as well as the witnesses, my Lord. Specifically in Basutini Hostel, that's where I have supporting statements to say he was. So I can confirm that he was at some stage in Phosphorus on that day, my Lord.
Uthi ke bahambile ke noma basukile ke lapha emuva ukuthi bechithe isikhathi ke khona lapha eKatlehong baya ke ePhosphorus. Yebo ke ngakusho ukuthi yebo khona ukufakaza obushoyo ke ukuthi baya ke ePhosphorus ngalelo langa lelo eBasuthu Hostel.
You say you can confirm that they also went to Basuthu Hostel.
Yes, I'm saying according to the witnesses, my Lord, but I can confirm that he was in the Phosphorus area, be it the shops. There was a lot of movement, but I can confirm. I agree with the assertion given to me by Advocate Mnisi that at some stage he went to Phosphorus, and I'm saying yes, my Lord.
Kuloko kushiwo kumina ke uyena ke Advocate Mnisi ukuthi ke waya ke ePhosphorus noma baya ePhosphorus ngalelo langa ngithi yebo ke ngiyakufakaza ke lokho nokuthi ke futhi ofakazi ke bayasho ke ukuthi ke bekhona noma babonakala eBasuthu Hostel.
Brigadier Kinila, do not mislead the court. You just said that you can confirm that they were at that he was at Phosphorus Hospital. At Basutwing Hospital, Basuthu Hostel, yes. That's just what you said.
Yes, my Lord, but I think Advocate Mnisi is missing what I'm saying. I'm saying I can confirm that the phone, and I've said it earlier, places him, the device, around Phosphorus. Then I've said, in addition to that, my Lord, I've got statements of people who places him, and I'm talking about witnesses, around Basutino Hostel. This is now independent of the cell phone location, that there are witnesses which are disclosed to the defense, and they say he was in the vicinity of Phosphorus, but they places him around Basutino Hotel. This is now in relation to statements, my Lord.
Yebo ngishilo ukuthi ke ngaphandle nje kwakho ke na kumakhalekhukhwini ombekayo ke ukuthi yebo wayekhona ke lapho ePhosphorus bakhona ke nofakazi ke khona ke futhi nezitatmente ke zabo labo ufakazi labo ke bathi yebo wayesePhosphorus futhi ke eBasuthu Hostel.
Thank you. Now, when I put this version in such a very summarized form, that should not be construed to mean that it was only accused alone. You understand? So I just want it to be on record. But in summary, this is his movement. And then they were at Phosphorus for some time, up until they then decided, at all material times, amongst others, he has been in the company of accused number 4. They then decided to hit the road back to Johannesburg. And that can be demonstrated on the cell phone towers as well. When the cell phone tower when his cell phone was picked up by the Hittelberg cell phone tower at 17:04, indicating that they are driving back to Johannesburg.
My lord, I can confirm that the device in the afternoon, although I do not have the timelines now, but I
Yes.
can confirm that the device in the afternoon does leave Phosphorus
Yes.
back to Johannesburg.
Yes.
The event took place at the Basutin Hostel prior to the commission of the offense, and after. According to that evidence, it places him in Phosphorus again, although the device was reflecting Johannesburg, my lord.
uthi ke babe lapho ke kwazi kwayisikhathi la khona ke bethatha isinqumo sokuthi babuyeleke khona ke eJohannesburg futhi ke ngo17:04 ila khona ke nomakhala ekhukhwini lokho ke uyakusho ke ngoba iqosha ke ithawa eHeidelberg. Yebo ngakusho ke noma ngavuma ke lokho ukuthi yebo kunesikhathi ke la khona ke emini umakhala ekhukhwini noma ke ithawa iqoshayo ibuyela eGoli. Kodwa ke ngobufakazi ke noma ke istatement zabo ke ofakazi ke uthi ke ngenkathi ke kwakunaleyo mhlangano lapha yana eFortress eBasuthu Hostel kungaphambi kwesigameko nasemuva kwesigameko iyaphinda futhi ke uyatholakala noma ke waye lapho eFortress.
Thank you. Now, more specifically, photo number 12 and photo number 17. Photo number 12 and photo number 17 depicts him at photo number 12 at 31 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, 14 seconds. And photo number 17 depicts him and accused number 5 at 28 minutes past 5, 39 seconds at George Koch. These photos these are photos that were downloaded from his phone. So it means at that time, and the tower that has got to do with George Koch is that tower there which is indicated as Ben Rose. Ben Rose Tower touches around the area of George Koch. That is where these photos of him and accused number 5 were taken.
My lord, I don't have the actual correlation. I will not doubt Advocate Mnisi when I say correlation, I'm referring to the actual towers at that specific time of those photos, to say this is the exact location. But I do not dispute. I do have a vivid recollection that the cell phone, as I've said, it does leave Phosphorus and go towards Johannesburg. But to say at these specific times, these two times when photo 12 and 17 was taken, it was showing George Koch. I don't have, I'm not disputing it, but I don't have facts to actually say this is the position. But what is important, my lord, is the time in which this offense occurred. It didn't occur around that time. It occurred between 2030 and 2100 hours. So that time, it was before the offense had taken. This matter, my lord, rather, the offense in this matter before court was committed.
Akukho ke engako ke engathi ke ngiyaphikisa lokho kusho Advocate Mnisi ukuthi lezi ayithombe ezimbili u12 no17 kwakuse George Koch ke laphayana akukodwa ngiyazi ukuthi kunesikhathi la khona umakhala ekhukhwini ke ubuyela eGoli kodwa ke okubalekile ke ukuthi ke ubheke isikhathi laphayana ukuthi kwakungaphambi kokuthi ke kwenzeke isigameko lesi ngoba sona ke senzeka phakathi kuka 2030 kanye naye ke u2000 ukuthi phakathi kwa 8:30 no 9.
Thank you. Now, they had some time at George Koch, whereafter they then left to the place where he was staying with accused number 5. Just a second, my lord. Accused number 3 wants to say. Thank you, Madam. Then from George Koch, they took the roads via City Deep, as per the cell phone towers, GP Street, Volauta Street, Belgravia, Hout Street, up until to the place where he is, or then he was staying with accused number 5. But along the road, there is somewhere where they left accused number 3 to go to the place, number 4 to go to the place where he was staying. In other words, it was him, accused number 3, number 4, and number 5. They left together to the place where accused number 3 and number 5 were staying. Along the road, they dropped off accused number 4.
My lord, I can, like I've said before, I can only confirm that the device of, because that's the only section 205 we're able to find insofar as the activities of the date of the incident, the 26th of October, that the device does go to Johannesburg. That I can agree. But as to, and I'm talking about the device, my lord, but as I said, when the offense was about to take place, insofar as the meeting that was held in Phosphorus Basotho Hostel, evidence obtained suggests that accused 3, together with that accused, were at Basotho Hotel before and after the commission of the offense. So this is where they departed, and thereafter they also met there. But insofar as prior to that and the movement of the device, I don't dispute what Advocate Mnisi is saying. The device did go to Johannesburg.
Bese ngishilo ke lokho ukuthi ke umakhalekhukhwini wona ke kunesikhathi lapho na ke owahamba ke khona waya eGoli kodwa ke ngesikhathi ke sokwenzeka noma ke ngesikhathi phambi nje ukuthi isigameko senze nkathi ke kunomhlangano eFosters ufakaziko okhona ke kuyasho ke ukuthi umsolo wesithathu waye lapho kanye futhi nabanye ke abasolo kodwa ukuthi ke umakhalekhukhwini kunesikhathi la waya khona ke eGoli lokho angiphikisani nabo.
So in essence, Brigadier, you're basically saying, in terms of the content of that section 205, which was read into record here by Mrs. Vitilinga, you don't dispute anything there?
No, there's no way, my lord. I don't think I've expertise to dispute that. The device, and I saw it, like I said, even though it came late, the device clearly indicates that at some stage, my lord, it moved to Johannesburg. And that is why I said that was prior to the offense taking place, and I've got no reason to dispute. That is scientific evidence, my lord.
Anginaso ke isizathu sokuthi ke lo babufakazi ke obulethiwe noma bethule uyena ke Misiphinki Vitaling ngami ukuthi ngaphikisana nabo ngoba kuyatshengisa ukuthi kunesikhathi lapho na ke umakhalekhukhwini wawuseGoli.
Thank you. Now, you said, according to you, the incident took place at about around 8:08 in the evening, not so?
But the timing, my lord, that I was able to work out around, it's more closer between 2030 and 2100 hours.
Isikhathi mina ke engikwazileke ukuthi ke ngisondeleke kusona ke ukuthi isigameko senzeka nini ke kwakungu 2030 8 ebusuku ukuya ke ku9 ebusuku 2000 hours.
And I'm saying this, my lord, because even though I don't recall the exact time, but the first respondent, they do indicate what time they got a call that there was a shooting incident, and I think it was just before 9, around there. I'm just not sure how many hours. Then if you take their responding time, and then in relation to when the deceased was then declared dead at the hospital, is 21:15. Because we know after the incident he was rushed to the hospital, so by 21:15 he was then declared dead at the hospital. So that's why I'm saying if you take those times specifically, even though I don't have the first incident time, but it is documented in the statement and the report. So it works out between 2030 and 2100 hours.
Noma ke ngenaso ke isikhathi ekuyisona ke siqinisekisiweke kodwa ke ubheka ke ubufakazi bakamaphoyisa lawo afika kuqala ke kwindawo yesigameko ukuthi ke isikhathi abathola ngaso ucingo bebikelwa ke ngalolu daba lolu olwalenzeka ke kanye futhi ke nesikhathi ke lapho na ke sekushiwo esibhedlele ukuthi cha ke umufi akasekho noma useshonile kwaku 21:15.
Thank you. Now, The last activity as recorded by his call on the 26th of, his phone on the 26th of October 2014 was at 32 minutes 57 seconds past 8 in the evening, where he received an empty SMS, mobile terminating SMS. In other words, somebody tried to send him an SMS, but that was the last activity of his cell phone record on the 26th of October 2014. The next one is the following morning at 8 o'clock, at 8 minutes past 8. There's also no crime about that, not so?
No, we were on the same page, my lord. That's what the record says, the section 205. I do have a recollection of that, my lord.
Lokho ke kukhona ke kuma 205 ukuthi ke isikhathi sokugcina ke kukhona abakwenzekayo kumakhalekhukhwini wakhe u-2032 ngazo ke i-26 basukuthi ke ngelanga elilandelayo kwakungo-808 akukho ke siyazi ukuthi i-record noma i-205 isho kanjalo.
Thank you. Now, in essence, accused number 3 basically saying to this court, I was never involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. Basically saying to this court, I was not party to the plot that the state is trying to bring to this court, that KD is the kingpin, and then she acquired the services of these other accused persons through accused number 5. Accused number 3 says, I was never involved in those activities.
So, my lord, if you look at the evidence that we uncovered during the course of the investigation, it says otherwise. That's the first part, my lord.
Uma ke kuyokusho ke u-advocate umnisike manje ukuthi umsolo wesithathu uthi cha yena ke nje wayengasiyona ke ingxenye yokubulawa kwakhe ke uSenzo Meyiwa, noma ke kuthiwa ke noma kusolwa ke ukuthi ke uKelly ke wasekhuluma ke nomsolo wesihlanu ukuthi kuhlanganiswa abanye ukuthi ke cha akakwazi lokho wayeyona ingxenye yakhe. Kodwa ke impendulo ithi ke kodwa ke ubufakazi ke abusho lokho noma kusho okwahlukile.
This, my lord, is clearly demonstrated in Exhibit HH and JJ.
Lokhu ke kuyatholakala ke kulamazibithi ke uHH kanye ke noJJ.
You have been referring to Exhibit HH and JJ throughout this your testimony. Has it ever been brought to your attention by the team of prosecutors that what are the implications of your testimony in that regard?
My lord,
Has it ever been brought to your attention by the team of prosecutors who are guiding you in this case, the legal implications of your testimony in that regard?
I'm not sure the legal implication, my lord. What I'm aware of is that the statement made, for example, by accused 2 is not admissible insofar as accused 3 is concerned.
Thank you.
That I'm aware. However, corroboration, because that's why I said this is the first piece of evidence, which will then be corroborated by other facts that I will mention. You cannot, my lord, ignore what is contained there. And I'm not saying by so saying it is admissible against him, but I'm saying the reflection or the correlation of what I'm saying, you will find it in those exhibits, but not necessarily saying it is now admissible against accused 3. That's not what I'm saying, my lord.
Lana ke uma ngikhuluma ngaye ke exhibit HH kanye naye ke uJJ, ngiyazi ke ukuthi lo mthetho ke uthi ke lokho okushiwo ke umunye ke umsola akufaki ke noma ke akukho kungakwenza ke mayelana nomunye, kodwa ke engikushoyo ukuthi ke uma ngiphendula ke ukuthi ngizama ukuthi ngitshengise ke lokhu okuhlanganayo ke kuloko engikushoyo kanye nalokho okubhalwe khona lapho kulesi statement.
Thank you, Brigadier. You would further say...
I was not done, my lord.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry, I was not done. Then I wanted to say, my lord, in addition, then there were statements that were found of witnesses who then implicates accused number 3 in the commission of this offense.
Okunye futhi bengifuna ukusho ukuthi kune-statement ke eyikhona zabo ofakazi ke abashoyo ke ukuthi ke umsola wesithathu ke waye yingxenye uma kwenzeka lesigameko lesi.
Furthermore, my lord, as I've said, the allegation is that the firearm seized on the I think the 9th of February 2015 under Cleveland 96 of 2015, according to the allegation from accused 3 himself, was tested and it was confirmed by the ballistic expert that it is the firearm that discharged the projectile that was found at the crime scene.
Thank you.
Okunye futhi ke ukuthi ke isibhamu esatholakala ke kwicala ke leli lase Cleveland u962 of 2015 ngazo i9 zika February 2015 uma sesithathwa ke manje sesiyo bheka ke noma sesiyocwaninga ke kwatholakala ukuthi ke isona ke isibhamu esakhipha noma esadubula ke inhlamvu eyatholakala ke kundawo yesigameko.
And this is why, my lord, I'm saying the evidence suggests otherwise in relation to what accused 3 is saying, my lord.
Ingakho ke ngithi ubufakazi bona ke bukhuluma noma busho okwahlukile kuloku umsolo wesithathu yena akushoyo.
Thank you, sir. Now, he will further tell this court that he wasn't party to what was happening at Basutwini Hostel as per the testimony of Constable Zungu.
My lord, Constable Zungu is, insofar as the investigation is concerned, is corroborated with the statement of Sifiso Kwabeni Zungu, and this I'm talking about now investigation, that it is not only Constable Zungu who makes mention the presence of accused 3 in the hostel. There is a statement of Kwabeni Sifiso Zungu. There is also further a statement of Simpiwe Buthelezi, which implicates accused 3 in particular, even in the commission of this offense. And I seem to recall, my lord, the statement of Makosonke. I think it's Andres Makosonke, my lord.
Futhi ke meqhubeka ke umsolo wesithathu ke uthi ke wayengasiyona ke ingxenye yalokho okwakwenzeka ke eBasuthu hostel nanjengoba afakaza ke noma asho yena ke uConstable uZungu ukhona ke istatement sakhe ke uSifiso Kwabeni Zungu uSimpiwe Buthelezi okhulumayo ke ngengxenye yakhe ke noma ngokubandakanyeka kwakhe ke umsolwa wesithathu kanye futhi naye uMakhosonke.
Further on, sir, needs be, he'll come and tell this court that indeed he knows accused number 4 and 5. He knew them even before the incident of the 26th of October 2014. However, he did not know accused number 1 and 2. He only started to know them on their first date of appearance in this matter at Boxburg Court.
No, I disagree, my lord. I think in the docket there is a statement. I just will have to remember the name of that gentleman, but he's also a they're homeboys with all the accused. And the essence of that statement is that all the accused in that statement knows each other. There is a statement that was taken and it indicates that the accused before court knows each other. So that assertion is not correct, my lord.
Eloqhubeka ke athi ke umsolo wesine kanye nowesihlanu ke yena ke uyabona ke uyabazi futhi ke ebebazi ke nangaphambi kwalo ke langa leli ke langa 26 October 2014 umuntu noma abantu ayengabazi ke umsolo wokuqala kanye nowesibili ke aqala ukubazi ke uma ke beyobingelela ke imantshi enkantolo eBoxburg. Akusilona ke iqiniso lelo kuzofanele nje ngibheke ke sikhona istatement ke lana la unomliso oshoyo ke ukuthi ke bonke abasolwa ke la phambi kwenkantolo bayazana.
Now, the last assertion is even confirmed by the fact that even in his cell phone record, this 205 that the state presented through the testimony of Mr. Vintilingam, it is indicated that there were a number of occasions where it is indicated that he communicated with accused number 4, and on a number of occasions he also was in contact with accused number 5. However, none whatsoever has been demonstrated that he was ever in contact with accused number 1 or accused number 2.
My lord, I will not dispute I will not dispute what is before court in terms of the record, but it is prudent to mention, my lord, that we did not have the actual 205s of the date of the incident insofar as the other accused are concerned. The only 205 that we have In other words, the numbers that were at least then was 205 and record was kept is the one for accused 3. Sorry, my lord. So and I have no reason to dispute that. First, Advocate says is not reflected in the records that are before us. In the records that are before us, my lord, I think the record speaks for itself, my lord. I will not dispute that.
Uma ke ukuthi advocate umnisi uthi ke lokho akutholakali ke noma akukho ke ukutshengisayo ke ukuthi kwakunokuxhumana kwakhona ke nanjengoba esho phakathi kumsolo wesithathu noma owokuqala kanye nowesibili ke uma irecord lisho kanjalo anginazo ke izathu sokuthi ke ngingakuphikisa ke lokho.
Now, particularly, insofar as accused number 4 is concerned, his contact with accused number 4, accused number 3 and number 4 is contact. That is well documented in the evidence of Lieutenant Colonel Stein and a host. However, as he would come and tell this court, does not know accused number 1 and accused number 2. Now, further on, Ms. Bay will come and tell this court that he was not part of the conspiracy, as it is alleged by the state. It's a second. He was not part of a common purpose that the state alleges in the indictment with regard to the charge of murder, attempted murder, robbery with aggravating circumstances, contravening of the provisions of the Arms and Ammunition Act, as it is alleged by the state in the indictments.
My lord, what we uncovered in the investigation is that indeed he was there, as I've said, prior to the commission of the offense at Baswitino Hostel. This is based on the statement that I referred to, and thereafter, my lord.
Thank you.
Just a moment.
Okay.
Okunye ke azokutshela ke inkantolo ke umsola ukuthi ke yena ke wayengasiyona ke ingxenye yetulo futhi ke nakulo umbuso khona ke uthi ke kwakunomcabango noma ke umqondo munye ke phakathi kwabo ke abasolwa ukuthi ke kwenziwe ke amaqala la asebaliwe ke kulala ukuzama kulala kanye futhi nabo ke ukubamba inkunzi thina ke esakuthola kathi ke siqhubeka ke nophenyo ukuthi ke wayekhona ke lapho ingxenye ngaphambilini kokuthi isigameko lesi senzeke nakamuva.
Thank you, sir. My lord, let me just confirm with Mr. Mluwe if there's something that I need to add. I think I'm nearly there, my lord. Thank you, my lord. One other aspect that I'm requested to put across the court, I think in a vivid way, is that accused number 3 and accused number 4 met accused number 5 at George Koch Hostel. They've not been with him at Fosslores, or when they left Joburg, went to spray Fosslores and coming back. They only met him at around 5:30 at Katlehong, at George Koch. That is one aspect that is requesting me to state very clearly.
My lord, I wouldn't know what time they met. As I've said, I can only testify insofar as the statements that are contained, and that in the afternoon of the day of the incident they were in Fosslores, and then prior to the incident and after, my lord. That is in relation to all the accused, my lord.
Okunye futhi ke ngicela ukuthi ke ngisho kuwena ke umsolo wesithathu ukuthi ke ba yena ke benaye ke umsolo wesine bahlangana naye ke umsolo wesihlanu eGeorge Koch ukuthi babe naye ke eFosslores bahlangana naye ke eGeorge Koch isikhathi ke ngabuma 5:30 mina ke enginako ke lana ukuthi bahlangana ngasiphi ke isikhathi lokho anginakho kodwa ukuthi ke yebo bahlangana ke ngaphambi kwasisigameko kanye futhi nasemuva okwenzeka kwasisigameko.
Thank you, my lord. Before I leave the podium, my lord, there are issues that are still outstanding. The court will remember that for some time, we referred to Exhibit XX, and we were promised by Brigadier Kininda that he will furnish us with certain information. I think if I so remember, he made mention of the national standing orders, the national standing orders, and some copies of forms that are used at certain police stations, where they using them as warning statements. And further on, we're still waiting for the outcome of FFC, that FFC thing, my lord, which I don't know what it is, but the state promised that it will be made available. I think the state said to me on Thursday last week that Legal Aid South Africa, LPC, the Legal Professions Council of South Africa, said that will be made available within 3 to 4 days' time. So what I'm basically saying, my lord, is as soon as we get that document, I would then be approaching this court again to reopen my cross-examination specifically on those issues. But for now, my lord, I pause. Thank you, my lord.
Yes, my lord, so perhaps I have answers for that, but I want to deal with the proper context. The first part, my lord, I've said with regard to standing orders that there are no prescribed standing orders that says a particular warning statement must be used. There are various warning statements, and we flow from that context. I then, and this is the sequence events, my lord, and the proper sequence of the events of how things unfolded, I then offered to say I can assist the defense, in particular with the Nisi, by bringing these forms. That offer, my lord, was rejected aggressively in this court. We parked it. At a later stage, Advocate Nisi came and made the same request to me to say he has now changed his mind. Can I assist with that information? I agreed, my lord. The court then will recall that the following day, subsequent to this request, when we were proceeding, I was aggressively, there was an altercation between myself and Advocate Nisi. In that, he felt I should not venture into those areas, and I even told the court that, but there was a specific request made by the advocate, and I want to respond insofar as what I was asked to do. The assertion, my lord, is that those discussions will be taken through the state advocate, and I must leave it at that. Now it's being said, my lord, that request was not attended to, so I don't know how to deal with it, my lord.
Ebengikhulumile ke lana ukuthi ke akukho nje na ke obhaliwe phansi noma ke umthetho ke oshoyo ukuthi ke kune warning statement ethizeni noma ke ngendlela ethizeni ekumele noma ekufanele ukuthi ke yenziwe ngakhona ke ngase mina ke ngithi ke ngizolekelela ke noma ngizosiza ke ukuthi ke ngilethe ke lawo ahlukahlukene ke ila khona ke anqaba khona ke ngazange avume khona ke uadvocate umnisi ke wasephinde buya ke manje futhi ke cha useshintshe ke umqondo ke angilekelele ke ngalokho lolu olunye ke udaba lona ke mayelana nayo ke LPC wasekuthiwa ke cha noma kwavunyelwana ke ukuthi ke abashushisi ke yibona noma ke uyekeleke state advocate kuyena ke umuntu ozosebenza ngabo lo.
As it please the court, my lord, I think the last aspect with regard to LPC, that is good. But with regard to the information relating to the warning statements, it's true that when you offered initially, I said no. But then I came back and said, well, may he kindly assist. And you offered to assist, my lord. So I'm not so sure where was the misunderstanding there, because as I am standing here, I'm still awaiting for those documents to be handed over to us, my lord. That is the position, that was the last position that we took, my lord, when we dealt with this issue. Thank you, my lord.
My lord, I'm saying, I attended to the request, and I brought the forms as I promised Advocate Mnisi. And then when we commenced that day, when I wanted to start, to explain what have I uncovered, I was aggressively stopped by Advocate Mnisi and told this is how things must go. And I even, my lord, explained to the court that this is not me venturing in things that were not, that were not out of our cross-examination. It's what he asked me to do, my lord. And he told me to leave it and it must be communicated via the state advocate. So that's why I'm saying I do not know how best then could I have dealt with it, my lord, because I had the forms. I made a promise. I obtained the different types of warning forms, and I was prepared to give it to him on that day. And so I was told to leave it at that, and it will be communicated via the state advocate, my lord. That was my understanding. And if there's a dispute, we can look at the record. That's what was said, my lord.
No, my lord, I don't remember stopping Mr. Kininda to introduce those forms or to hand those forms to us. In any event, arguing now will not mean anything. All that we can do now is, if he has got those forms, then he can hand them over to us.
You have those forms, sir?
Yes.
I don't have them now, my lord, but I can have them available tomorrow morning.
fine.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
yes, they are
I
available.
heard Mr. Mnisi say you mustn't worry about that.
Yes, my lord. That's my recollection.
You don't have to supply those forms. The courts, that's what he said. The court, if necessary, will order that.
That's my recollection.
I think that was the initial arrangement, my lord. That was the initial arrangement. But when I came back for the second time, I said to Mr. Kinera, can you please help us with those forms? Because he indicated that at some police station, they still continue to use those forms. And I said, can you please help us with those forms? I don't remember when he wanted to hand in those forms. And then I said, no, don't worry, we don't want those forms. It would have been very odd for me to have done that when I requested them, my lord. But nonetheless, thank you, my lord. We'll get them tomorrow. That is the end of my cross-examination.
Yeah, thanks.
Actually, subject to the information that would still be receiving. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Balawi, what time is it?
9 minutes to 3, my lord.
Yeah, Mr. Muhammad, are you ready?
I'll request, my lord, that I start my cross-examination tomorrow at 10
Next
o'clock.
year?
Tomorrow. Tomorrow is the 3rd of December. 3rd of December 2024, my lord, not 2025.
It says it's not ready now. Your colleague.
That is in order, my lord.
So we start tomorrow.
That is in order.
Okay, are you available? Yes, tomorrow.
Yes, I am.
Okay, tomorrow then, 10 o'clock.